right, good morning, everybody. We can start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and if Captain Mercado can lead it, good luck. Okay, at this time, the meeting's in order. As you've noticed, one of us is missing up here, and I have some news on that. Yesterday evening, baby Rowan Casillas Fu was born, and mom and baby are healthy and doing well, and Margarita, Jackie's mom, is happy. So, yeah, you want to keep mom happy. So, with that good news aside, let's move on to communications from the public. Sylvia, does anybody want to communicate?
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for communication from the public.
All right, thank you. Up next, agenda items, annual goal setting. Looks like we're already late. Daddario is not happy. Roll right into, well, I guess I have to ask, do we have any speakers?
Mayor, we do not have any speakers for the annual goal setting.
Okay, presentations, Jacob Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. Excited to be here with you this morning. Thank you for taking the time, and I just wanted to also thank all of our staff who are here this morning. A lot of work goes into these workshops and presentations, so I hope that you find them to be a productive use of your time. So to kick it off this morning, we're going to talk about our fiscal year 25 priorities, which is amazing to think that we're already to 2025. Up front here is a dashboard of all of the different items. You've got this as a handout in your binder as well, so please feel free to follow along. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to try to give you a somewhat abbreviated version of this. But if you have any questions about any of the items on here, please stop and let's talk about them. Our fiscal year 25 priorities are really intended to highlight those most significant big picture items that we all want to keep our eye on. The intent here is that we all have a lot on our schedules, but when push comes to shove, these are the projects that we try to prioritize above others. Of course, we have literally hundreds of other activities that the city is working on. These are simply intended to highlight those that are of more significant value. And we want to make sure that these are consistent with what council believes the priorities are. At the end of the day, we are here to implement those things that you believe are a priority for the community. So if anything needs to change or be added or be taken off of here, we seek that direction today. So starting on the left-hand side of your table for stable finances, we have the Downtown 6th Street Corridor Revitalization Funding Plan. Next up, because we don't just want to talk about how we spend money, we are also looking for opportunities to generate revenue or to offset costs. And so there is a project proposed for solar generation, and I'll talk a little bit about more of these as we go along. This would be over off the 15, where we have a vacant, closed landfill site, looking for ways to put that into productive use. We've got our utilities rate study that's continuing to move forward. This coming fiscal year will be the major work being undertaken for that. For strong economy, Downtown 6th Street Corridor Revitalization, the whole downtown project. Again, you'll also notice with a number of these that these are projects that the council has already reviewed and given us direction on as well. This is obviously collectively a major priority for the city, and so you can see it captured as such. Sci-Fi fiber optic network build out, still looking forward to seeing that being built out, and we are continually working very closely with the Sci-Fi team to push that forward, and we hope to see significant progress this year, in this fiscal year, where actual deployment is happening and the fiber's going into the ground. Moving on to sound infrastructure, we've got our AI traffic signal project, where we hope to link up artificial intelligence to help to optimize and improve our traffic flows throughout the city. Victorious Park splash pad that we are looking forward to see going in the downtown area. McKinley Grade Separation Project, hoping to wrap that up in fiscal year 25 and have it all done. Skyline master plan. We're not calling it anything else other than Skyline right now. So, but we all know what that is. That's about coming up with a plan for what we are or are not going to be doing in the Skyline area. This current fiscal year, you all know that we've adopted our Trails Master Plan and our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So year one implementation of both of those master plans in fiscal year 25 is what's on the docket. Excited to take those from a concept and then begin doing what we said we'd do. We're also continuing to work on our asset management plan and hope to have a draft done in fiscal year 25. Moving on to our goal of having a safe community, we continue to implement our homeless strategic plan. We want to go into construction for Fire Station number 2 in fiscal year 25 to get that building completely rebuilt, new facility. We also are very excited to be building and launching a real-time information center in our police department, as well as building out phase 3 of our security camera master plan throughout the city. For our goal of building a sense of place in our community, we have our new city brand implementation. All of the branding work is done. Now it's about implementing that and starting to have that pop up all around our community, both digitally and physically as well. Our enhanced community events, phase 2, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that today. That's something that we received direction on a little over a year ago, and we're continuing to build that out. It's really over 3 years. Our urban forest plan implementation, as you know, we are on a mission to plant 15,000 trees in the city of Corona, and this is phase 3 of that 5-year effort. Heritage room renovation, excited to see that completed and reopened and have our entire collection in one place, so don't want to lose sight of that. Our website redesign, continuing to work on that. We've begun some of that work, that'll continue. And then on to our final category, high-performing government. We are on to year 4 of our strategic plan implementation. We are working on our planning and development customer experience project. That's just going to spill a little bit into fiscal year 25. We hope to have a good chunk of that done this year as well. Excited to create a new experience for people coming into planning and development. And finally, our enterprise resource planning system, our ERP system replacement. You do those every 10 to 20 years. It's a big, heavy project. It's not very glamorous. They typically take about 2 years, but that will include replacements for our human resource information system, our payroll system, our finance system. This is the purchasing. This is really the backbone of our entire software platform that we operate the city off of. Now, so that's a quick summary of all of these projects. Each one of these, because we want to be specific about what we're doing on any particular category, each one of these projects that you saw on that dashboard have a statement that explains exactly what we plan to do on any of those. You can read as well as I can, so I'm not going to read each one for you. But if you have any questions, now's a good time to pause and talk about whether or not any of these projects, did we miss the mark? Did we forget to put something in here that should be in here? Is there something on this list that's not a priority that we should remove? We welcome your feedback. So again, you've got all these here. They're all posted online as well. There is a typo or 2 in here that have been corrected that's not on your page. They're not substantive, but we'll update that next time. But all of those statements are on here so that if anyone wants to know exactly what we're going to get done on any given project, we welcome your feedback and direction on that. Here to take questions.
Jacob, I just wanted to make sure that I understand this correctly. I do have some questions, but we're going to go over all of these in the future, or in this meeting, or no?
This is where we're going over them in this meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the time.
So I'm interested in the solar revenue generation project at the vacant landfill site off of the 15. Have we had any conversations? Are we anywhere with that, or is that this is the plan to start that moving forward?
So we've had conversations with individual solar providers to gauge interest and see what they're proposing on it. We know that there is definitely an interest, and we believe that it's a viable project, but we haven't really launched into formal work. We still want to make sure that we've got that sign off from the council, that everybody's comfortable with pursuing that. Yeah. And of course, before anything would be finalized, that would come back for further conversations with the council in the future.
Okay, and we're either looking to generate revenue or at least be neutral on a lot of things or cover bills.
Yeah, in the simple way, if you put solar on your house, you don't necessarily make money per se, but you offset energy costs. And so our director of utilities could talk to us in detail of what that means. But the simple version for a layperson like myself is to use a solar panel on your roof is the analogy that would help offset energy costs for the city, whether we sell it back and get a credit or we use it to offset our own energy costs.
Okay, well, some of that has to do with the ability to store the energy as well. So, okay, I'm interested to hear about more of that. On the sci-fi fiber optic, I feel like we're behind schedule, or perhaps they're behind schedule. Do we have any idea how far behind and what seems to be the holdup?
So there was a lot of engineering work that goes into doing these. We've had meetings recently where we've covered and resolved most of our engineering concerns. There's a lot of backbone that we have to plan for, and if we plan for it in advance, we save ourselves a lot of money over building out some of these different hubs throughout the city, and so a lot of engineering work. It is behind schedule from what we planned on doing, to your point. We wanted to have this about 25% deployed in fiscal year 24. That's looking more like 25. And so I've recently met with our entire team, with their company CEO and their senior team, and we've all expressed our desire to see this move forward quickly. I think we're on the same page. We're finalizing the last little bits of the agreement and some amendments to the agreement to make sure that everything's good to go. But it's behind schedule, and that's something that we're all anxious to get back on track.
Okay. I got a few more questions if anybody wants to jump in, but
It's only, I don't know, $500,000.
yeah. Yeah.
12 minutes. is fine.
The Victoria Park splash pad, just kind of curious. I know that there's a design, but are we in engineering, permitting? Where are we at on that?
I'm going to ask Donna to give us the latest on that one.
Yes, so we just finalized design. We have the consulting firm that we're working with preparing the construction documents right now, and we should be ready to release it for RFP within the next, I'd say, 2 to 3 months. And then it's anticipated to be about a 4-month project. So we are fairly confident we will have it ready to go by spring and absolutely open by the target timeline of June 30th, 2025.
I would imagine we need to get that open before summer starts, whether it's this year or next year.
Absolutely.
Okay. The asset management plan, do we have a list of our current assets? I mean, I'm always surprised when I find out that, that vacant lot the city owns or something along those lines. Do we have a list that you could share?
If you're talking about just land that we own, that wouldn't necessarily
Land
be in the asset
structure.
management plan. We do have a list of all the land we own,
Yeah.
and that's been circulated in the past 4 years. This is really talking about our built infrastructure. And so we have a lot of our built infrastructure already in our next-gen database. It really just hasn't been tied together for all city assets and synthesized into a single document or file, if you will. And so this is about bringing all of those things together that previously we've been doing sort of like utilities. I'll take utilities. They're a good example. They've done a good job cataloging a lot of our utility infrastructure. We have a lot of information on there, but we don't necessarily have it for all of our buildings throughout the city that falls outside of that. So we want to tie that together in a single plan so that we have a big picture idea of where we're at. That's really what this project is about doing. Life cycle assessments, understanding its current condition, and then allowing us to know what the replacement value is so that at the time that that asset expires or is at the end of its service life, we have a plan and we know how much money it's going to cost to replace it so that long-term this really feeds into fiscal sustainability and stability for the city.
Got it. Okay. In sense of place, I do have a couple questions. So for the Heritage Room renovation, now that Mayor Richens has made the Heritage Room West, is there anything left in the Heritage Room to display?
There will be a lot
Okay.
to display, although some of our priceless artifacts
Yeah,
have been
okay.
moved over into the city
Got
hall
it.
space. Yeah, no, that's a joke. We have moved some items. That's true. They are on display up in the mayor's office. Yeah, we have a few things left.
Okay, good. And then I wrote I wrote this question down in the sense of place as well, and it's none of these items, but I kind of feel like, especially when we talk about our enhanced community events phase 2, whenever we get to that, the old PD building, do we have a timeline on when that goes away?
Yes. So the reason that we aren't moving forward a little bit sooner is because we don't want it to conflict with our summer concert series. So the timeline as is, we've put a pin in it to the sense that we don't think we can get it completely finished and the site cleaned up before the summer series begins. And so as soon as the last summer concert series end, we will go into full demo mode and the building comes out.
That should be the grand finale of the final band.
Yeah, talk about fireworks.
Okay.
Especially if we hit a gas line.
The Veterans Memorial redo, do we have a timeline on that?
Let me check with the team here on what Veterans Memorial, where it's at. Savat, let's put you on the spot for a second. Savat's going to text his team right now and find out what the latest is on that. I know that we're moving forward with it. Give us a few minutes and we can track down the latest.
Okay, those are the only questions that I had.
Thank you. I appreciate this. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that we're going to spend, I don't know, less than 15 minutes on $500 million worth of expenses, but
You can take all the time you like.
yeah, but I really can't. I mean, because one of the things I asked was I thought it would be good for us to review finances first, but I mean, if you're telling me that we have all the money in the world to do all this stuff, then I'm good. But I mean, I know a lot of this stuff we've already talked about already, but I have a lot of questions, but it's mostly about the finance part. So I guess I'll wait until the finance part.
You can ask now if you want to. We're happy to take whatever the questions are right now.
So I'll start with we went over some of the finances for the downtown revitalization funding plan last time, but there were still a lot of questions, especially, the total amounts. We had some ideas of where interest rates are going to be, but 30 years at $8 million a year is $240 million. And that's why I wanted to talk about the finance part first, because $8 million expense, I can't think of any reoccurring expense that we have other than pensions and labor that's $8 million. So it's a big number. And yes, revenues are growing now. We haven't had a correction in a long time. So I'm worried about how that $8 million is going to affect our existing programs, and if the past is any indication of what will happen in the future, is these programs that we're putting money into right now are going to be impacted if there is a recession, if there is a reset. And so I'm just when I look at that number, it's I think I said during the meeting, it scares the crap out of me. Because it's an expense, at least for half of it, is an expense that generates no additional revenue for the city, not a penny. In fact, it becomes even one of the things we haven't talked about, which I think I've asked now a couple times, when we go to our plan to program the expenses to run the place, we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen any of those plans. So. And we're talking about today, this next 15 minutes is going to be our opportunity to say yes, because then every time it gets brought up in the future, it'll be, well, the council set this as a priority for 2025. And so I almost feel like it's a little bit early in the conversation to say yes, but I don't, I guess I'm looking for some reassurances on the financial side that we can afford this. And I think that, the vice mayor brought up at the last meeting, we have negotiations with our labor groups coming up, and we've had a wonderful relationship, that we've helped repair. It took us a couple years to get back on track, and I want to make sure that we can pay our employees. I want to make sure that we can do all the things that we've been doing. I don't want to go back and, taking things away from people is the worst thing you can do. Absolute the worst thing you can do is take away from an employee standpoint, from a resident standpoint. In fact, I always tell this story. I have an employee of mine that's been with the company for 35 years. I actually had to go onto his computer, and together we deleted an entry, because every Friday at 10 o'clock in 1992, the company used to bring in donuts and bagels, and he had a reminder that reminded himself of what he didn't have. Granted, this is his personality, but there are people like that, and our residents are like that. And I can't tell you how many conversations I've had about, oh yeah, we used to do this or we used to do that. And I don't want to, we have a great program. We've really spent a lot of time kind of curating how we do this. And I don't want to get to the point where at some later date, that because we've mortgaged our future, that we can't do some of these things. Like, hey, we had those discussions with residents when we first got on council. Yeah, the park looks like crap because we haven't had any money. And we don't have a plan to fix it, and we don't have a master plan, and we don't have any of these things to take care of because we don't have any money. And it became kind of a joke. Somebody would ask me, "Hey, Wes, why come you can't change out the light standards that keep falling over at Mountain Gate Park because they've rotted out from urine from dogs because they were the wrong ones to begin with?" And I don't have any money. And I don't want to say, hey, we don't have any money for that. And we have the implementation plan for the parks, the park system. We have, we still have massive amount of paving we have to do. Measure A is slated to go away in 2030. That's a big chunk of money that may or may not get re-upped. So we have some big questions in the future that I'm really worried about taking that capacity. And we've been really good about taking that money and save. When we have money, we save it. We make sure we have good reserves. We're going forward to make sure that we can fill those gaps as they come. And if we do have a downturn, that we're not going to have to lay off staff. We're not going to have to cut programs too much. And I want to make sure that that's still the mindset, because it's a big number, and that's why I really wanted to talk about finances first, because especially that number one item is a big deal. And then we've been adding staff for the past 3 years, which thank God, because we've needed it. And we're getting to finally a level of service where I think people feel like they're getting what they paid for. And I don't want to go backwards, because the explanation that we built a, what is it going to be? $220 million park, because that's what it's going to be after financing. It's $4 to $5 million a year for 30 years. It's $200 million park. And I don't want to be able to point and go, hey, yeah, we can't pave your street. We can't replace that bench. We can't, do A, B, or C, or we've had to lay off, God forbid, somebody in public safety, because, man, we got a $240 million park. And we can't program it, and we have to shut it down, half the time, or we can't staff it, or because of these other things. So it's a genuine concern. And these are all really great projects, every single one of them. I think they're all, great and deserving, and it's taken us a long time to get here. But I want to make sure we don't get ourselves in a position where, and I look at this building. This building is the perfect example of short-sightedness of, hey, we got money in the bank, let's spend it, or let's commit it. This building was a Taj Mahal that should have probably never been built, not to the extent that it was. It was an albatross around the city for many, many years, because the city thought it was flush with cash because of all the South Corona development that was sticking, and then they had all this money in the bank that they didn't know what to do with. I know, let's spend an ungodly amount on a building that maybe or could have been in other places. A lot of other questions. I don't want to be looked at 20 years from now by the council at the time going, my God, what the hell were those guys thinking? Without a plan showing that we can do it. And the other side of that is, 2 years ago, we were all in here crowing, and rightly so, about paying off our pension liability and what a wonderful thing that was. And we really took advantage of the lowering of the market, and it protected our past employees, and it protected our future employees. And 2 years later, we have an $80 million number that came out of the blue, horrifying for all of us. What else is coming? How can we measure for that? And then getting into, taking on another, $500 million or $400 million, probably it's going to end up being, with the, I'm used to $8 million a year in debt service for 30 years, $240 million just in debt, not counting what we spent. They're all massive numbers, and I want to make sure that we can afford it without shortchanging our residents. And I don't want to be someone that they point to and go, what the hell were you guys thinking? So I think these are all fine. I think that the biggest issue for me is the finance part, and I'm looking forward to that presentation, which is why I really wanted to have that conversation first, but I'm patient, so we'll go from there.
I just wanted to comment briefly, Wes. When we came into office in 2018, yeah, you're right. The city was saying we don't have any money. We don't have any money. We're 45 cops down from where we were pre-recession. That was all bullshit. They had $70 million in reserves. They could have done a lot of stuff to provide better service for our residents. So that was priorities, bad ones, I think. So I think there's more to that story. The $240 million nut that you're talking about, I look at it like, when I buy my house, can I afford the house payment, the fixed payment on my mortgage? Because that's what we're dealing with, and correct me if I'm wrong. And then we look at Measure X money, and you're going to explain this, I know, but we still have money that hasn't been set for reoccurring expenses. So say it's $6-7 million. If we have $25 million of unpaid Measure X money per year, then there's $7 million to the projects, and we still have $18 million of reoccurring money to make sure we can provide all the other services. So I don't want to debate. I'm
Just clarifying question. So you're saying though that amount that we haven't heard that we're going to run out of is that number is going to continue to grow, because we keep hearing when we talk about spending money, reoccurring money, that money has a sunset date of about 11 or 12 years, which we lined up to be for paying off our pensions. So if there's some other money, I'm looking forward to hearing about where it's going to come from.
I'm nervous too, but I'm not so nervous that I don't want to move forward. Two quick questions. For down the 6th Street corridor, the City Park, when we saw the 3 designs by Rios, and we all kind of said, hey, I like this design, Wes likes this design, Tony likes this part of this one, Tom likes this part of this one. What's the time frame that will come back to us to say, okay, we took Tom's idea here, Jim's here, and this is what this park or this area is going to look like? Specifically, when are we going to get a chance to kind of see where we're at with it?
April 17th.
Oh, good. Okay, that's coming right up. Okay, and then my next question on 17. Wait. Oh yeah, the city brand implementation. Is the freeway overpass signage coming into our city? Is that part of the 23-24 budget, or is that included in item 17 of the 24-25 budget?
So we're working on it right now. The actual costs, we're getting quotes back. It could be a contingency and appropriation that we do in fiscal year 24, or we'd have money for 25. Either way, the project's moving forward right now.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Tony, you got more?
I after listening to Wes go on about, no, not in a bad way, not in a bad way. Yeah, no, I know you can. I think it's probably fair to say that just because this is tab 1 doesn't mean that it can't be brought back for discussion. And I also am very concerned and about our budget and making sure that with things that are coming up, that there's going to be, undesignated funds that we know that are coming up, right? We going into contract negotiations, we know that's going to cost us money. We're going into other different things. So as that pool of available money gets smaller and smaller and smaller, at some point we're going to need to say, okay, that's it. We've met our obligations and we don't want to move forward. So that's it. I just wanted to make sure that this can always be revisited and not, like you said, thrown back at us and said, well, you had your opportunity. Well, so I like it so far, but I'm reserving final judgment.
All right. Wes, did you want to ramble on some more? Or? All right. Rambling it is. We do. D'Addario runs a tight ship. Jacob, I have no concerns. I'm fine on money.
Councilwoman Durari, it's just an update on the Veterans Memorial Project. We're in plan check right now. We're hoping to go out to bid early summer and maybe start construction in the fall of this year.
All right. Up next is the very illustrious Amina Mears, Assistant to the City Manager, will provide a presentation on fiscal year 25 strategic plan implementation schedule. Good luck, Amina.
Check, check, check. You hear me now, right? Okay. So good morning. I will be presenting the strategic plan implementation schedule for fiscal year 25. I do want to advise that there might be some overlap between mine and Jacob's presentation because many of the priorities and goals that he just discussed are also activities that are included in the strategic plan activities. But I'll promise to be very brief, or I'll try to be brief for you guys today. So the ask is that the City Council provide feedback on the strategic plan implementation schedule for fiscal year 25. So the plan was adopted on February 17th, 2021. So we just finished our full third year of the plan. As you may know, we do have two more years to go. So we're about halfway through of our 5-year cycle for this plan. And so our plan is pretty much set up like this pyramid that you see here. At the top, you have your broad, high-level statements, your vision, values, and purpose. Under that, you have your goals, which is the end result that we're working towards. Next, we have our objectives, the things that we need to get done to achieve our goals. And then we have our strategic actions, which are actions that we take to achieve our objectives. And then last but not least, you have your performance indicators and milestones. These are tools we use to measure the progress of the plan. So why do we do strategic planning? Well, strategic planning provides the city with many benefits. One, it gives us long-term direction to help us figure out where we are and where we want to go. It provides focus for the organization. It provides a framework for making budgeting decisions. And lastly, improves our decision-making to help us see the big picture. So all of these next slides and tenets you're familiar with, our vision, which is Corona will be a safe, vibrant, family-friendly community. Our purpose, which is to create a community where everyone can thrive. And our values, which is our operating philosophy. We are bold, we are humble, we are driven, we are honest, we are kind, and we're a team. And then our goals, which defines what we're trying to accomplish through the implementation of this plan, which is financial stability, strong economy, sound infrastructure, safe community, sense of place, and high-performing government. So again, just to recap, our plan consists of one vision, one purpose, 6 value statements, 6 goals, 21 objectives, 138 strategic actions, and 125 performance indicators and milestone measures. So this is how we're implementing our plan. Just like what you saw with the pyramid, we have all the elements of a strategic plan, but notably we have work plans. So we work with each department to develop a work plan, which they identify the activities and the work that they're doing to achieve the goals and the objectives of the plan. And we do have an annual planning cycle calendar, which starts here with this financial workshop. This is where we talk about the priorities that Jacob just mentioned and some of the activities that I'm going to be listing in a few minutes. And this is where you give us your feedback to let us know if we're in line with the goals for fiscal year 25. Next, we work with departments to prepare work plans. We finalize our budget around June. We go on to provide quarterly progress reports throughout the fiscal year. We review work plans, and then in August, we publish an annual progress report. And so this is an example of what our quarterly reports look like. And then this is an example of what our last annual report looked like. And again, we'll be publishing our second one in August of this year. So now I'm going to briefly go into all of our goals and all the activities that are listed and are in line for fiscal year 25. I do want to remind everyone that you're going to probably see more carryover projects versus new ones because we are in our third year of the cycle and we've made a lot of progress. So Again, you're going to probably see more carryover and continuous projects. So also attached with your this presentation is a list of all the activities for the whole full 5-year plan. So that's a separate document that you guys have with you. So I'll start with financial stability. We have one carryover project from fiscal year 24, which is identifying core services and service levels. We have 5 continuous efforts, and then we have 8 performance indicators that's associated with this particular goal. For strong economy, we have 4 carryover projects. One being that we're going to be reviewing and updating the city's purchasing process, which we will be doing a little bit later today. And we have 4 continuous projects. And this particular goal has 8 performance indicators associated with it. And you guys feel free to stop me anytime.
Thank you. So I do want to stop you on this one because I do have some thoughts and some questions on these and some of the performance indicators. So I'm going to start with craft an incentive strategy for business to locate in Corona. So, you know, we've had a couple of years with our goals for our economic development, and I'm concerned with the return that we've seen on some of them, right? And so I think that our economic development team has done a great job partnering with workforce development. I think the challenge that I have with that is it's great to develop a workforce, but we have to bring jobs in order to attach that workforce to. And so my hope is that we have some data that we could, I think this is a time to pivot. And this is a time to pivot off of developing workforce and start developing work. And so while the city, and I do agree, doesn't actively, well, parts of the city do, but not all of the city, actively bring businesses to the city, I'd like to start having that conversation and making that top priority. I'd like to see, we've got, you know, I was at Crossings the other day and it's empty. And I know that we've not had a whole lot of ability to partner with the management company where we've got an open line of discussion with them. I think that that's different at Dos Lagos, and we've seen that benefit, and we've seen what happens when somebody takes over a center that really cares and invests in it. And I'd like to start bringing the conversation to what are we doing? I know that we've got the retail coach, but I haven't seen anything from them, or saying, you know, these are the types of companies that would do well, or these are the partnerships, or this is the relationship with these management companies. Haven't seen a whole lot of that. And to me, while I do believe in workforce development, if you ain't got jobs, what's good about a workforce that you've developed? That being said, I love the partnership and the programs that support youth and adult development. Our school district is doing wonderful things in our schools. Each school has got really wonderful programs. The Corona High School Aviation Program, even though it's outside of the city, Norco's, agricultural and farming, and all these different schools within our school district have got wonderful opportunities that I've seen. And I'd love to really support that and develop that because that's our future. But I'm concerned about like our I can never say it, Emprendedores program.
Entrepreneur program.
Yeah, entrepreneur program, both in English and in Spanish. I love that we're doing that, but that's not turning into businesses in Corona. It's a small percentage, right? And so, it's great that we're educating other folks that are going into other communities and opening businesses, but I think that maybe instead of high volume, it's a lower volume of classes, but it's for Corona. These are people that want to open a business in Corona. And maybe that doesn't fill the seats because there's a lot of folks that are opening businesses outside of Corona. I'm not really interested in helping people open a business outside of Corona, right? I'd like to see this be a Corona, program, both in English and in Spanish. a performance indicator to me are the number of businesses that the city was involved in helping bring to Corona. I mean, that's really where I'd like to see the pivot and the mindset go is what are we doing to grow businesses, to bring businesses to Corona, whether that's grow a homegrown or attract a business. I'm not, so after seeing the efforts, I'm not a big fan of workforce development. I think that we need to bring jobs. I think that's the cart before the horse, right? We've developed a workforce, but there isn't a whole lot for them to do here. And I'd like to see what are we doing to attract businesses in Corona? And I know that we have different programs, but I don't really feel like I've gotten a great debrief on, we've worked with the retail coach, this is what they've said, right? So and because of that, it makes these goals to me seem disjointed and in the wrong space. And and we've had lots of conversations about this, Jacob, so I wholeheartedly believe in our downtown revitalization, and I think that the public investment is really going to spur the private investment, but we need to be at the forefront of that. We need to be bringing those businesses in. So, or working with those businesses and working with the resources that we have in order to drive those businesses. And I just don't see that. So that's where it starts to skew away for me is I want to stop promoting programs that build businesses for other communities. I want to build businesses here. So I'd like to look at our entrepreneurship program, and maybe that's time for a revamp. And I'd like to, I think that they've done a wonderful job in building workforce development and building the partnerships and have the open communication. But if you've got a bunch of people that are ready to work, but you don't have jobs in order to place them in, that seems backwards to me. So I'm looking to pivot off of that. Those are my thoughts on that.
Mayor, just a quick comment to respond to make sure I have it. We do have a tentative presentation planned for an annual update from our economic development team in April. So hopefully that gives you some more information, and that would be a good time based on the results and what you hear back from that to be able to give some further direction, and we can do a further deep dive into that. We could put residency requirements on our Emprendedores or entrepreneur program for people that can participate. We currently don't. Many of them are from Corona, but we do get people from the surrounding area that sometimes participate. If council wants us to do that, we could. But to your point about a little bit more information about what Retail Coach has done and some of the outcomes from that investment, good feedback, and we'll make sure that we include that as part of our presentation. Maybe we'll even invite them to come with us and explain themselves to you. We think they're doing good work, but we haven't given you an update in some time, so that's a fair request.
I agree with everything that Tony just said. We've talked about it a little bit, but that's just one side, the retail part, the workforce development part. Those are all great. To me, I think I mentioned this before, and one of the things I think that if you look at the total plan that we put together, this was an area that was always a little light because we at the time didn't have an E program really. We had a person that was kind of just playing defense. I mean, barely. But we've invested heavily. That I think department percentage-wise is probably the largest increase in staff, which 100% needed to happen. But I'm really looking for this year being a year that we kind of step it up. That's one piece. Again, we can't make the crossings, rent who we want them to, no matter how much I cajole and embarrass them about how they're getting their butt kicked by the guys down the street. But the one thing we can do from the business attraction side is, and I think I mentioned this before, we tend to play whoever shows up. Meaning that if the phone rings and it's the McLoving dog food company, we knock it out of the park. They invited me in. I met with those guys. Jessica and her team did a wonderful job of getting them in a location. They already had a location kind of picked out, but gave them all the pieces they need to be successful. And every time when I drive to work, I see their building up on the hill, and it makes me smile every time. But to me, I think that. And I've asked this before, where are we going in that? How is the market changing? Do we have any vulnerable positions, people that are, do we have any buggy whip manufacturers in town, to use the old business, business term about, do we have anything that's looking like it's aging, it's going to change out? What do our residents do? That part of getting people to work here and is the freeways aren't getting better. Transportations will continue to 100% to be a challenge. How do we keep people that, how do we keep jobs here, or how do we bring jobs here that pay a good wage, that people can afford to live here, and they're not going to have to drive in, from Hemet or from Lake Elsinore, these, and completely, clog up our freeways. Looking at, we have a great automotive centered bunch of businesses here in town, and they kind of started, I don't know who was the first one to move in, but it started with Eibach maybe, or with Gibson Exhaust, and then all of a sudden I call it the hub and spoke idea, right? So you take a hub company that generates a lot of, that needs a lot of suppliers to do what they need. How do we approach one of those companies to come into the city? Somebody that has a satellite of suppliers that need to be around them. And that was one of the questions I had, when we have a new company like this McLovin guys. I said, well, who are your suppliers? Who do you get your stuff from? Is it all overseas? No, we have local people. They're in Lake Forest. They're in Northern Orange County. Are we having those conversations with people to say, all right, who are your suppliers? Can we go talk to them? Can we try and match them up with somebody local so we can bring those industries here? We have, our industrial turnovers, getting a little bit better. We're going to be adding probably anywhere from 700,000 to another 1 million square feet off of Temescal Canyon and Cajalco. I want to be purposeful. I don't want to let the people that are building it just because they're going to rent it to whoever shows up. They don't really care. They're just going to, hey, whoever can pay the bills, we're going to rent it to those guys. I want to be a partner with them to ensure that we get people that will have employees that live local, like the Latitude 36 Foods guys. They purposely located there because it was around where their employees were, where they thought they could get an employee base. Partnering with those facilities and those places that are either getting built or getting turned over, how do we attract companies that will keep companies here? Like there's a company that has all of its suppliers around us, and make it really hard for them to move because their suppliers are all here. If we can create that total idea of that you have everything you need, you have your own little ecosystem. That, oh my God, and I'm in biology. Ecosystem. You have your ecosystem for that company, they're less likely to leave. And, we've had, in the past 20 years, you look at, what was it, Abbott Labs or one of the big drug companies that was here. One of the reasons they left was money, but at the same time, none of their suppliers are here. So it wasn't even an issue for them to leave. So I want to look at things like that, especially big employers, ones that could be big employers. And if we have industrial spaces coming on, that we find a way to link it to the stuff that we're doing now and have that be jobs for people that live here or will live here with the next, we're going to be adding some more houses that are going to be building the homes at Bedford. And I'd sure like those folks, when they move in, not to have to drive to Orange County for work. That's it. Thanks.
Anybody else?
I want to add to that.
Tony? Very
So-
active table over there.
So just this week, there's a pretty high-end electrical company that I was visiting in my district, and the owner's kind of a jerk, but high-end. However, right in the same center is a company that makes seats for motorcycles, and they're pretty well known. And I went over and I introduced myself, and we started talking. And just in the motorcycle world, I could name probably 12 or 13 companies in Corona that make components for motorcycles, and some big ones too. And kind of to piggyback on what Wes was saying, how do we bring those groups together? Do we have a motorcycle manufacturer symposium where we can kind of get them together to kind of talk about what Wes is speaking about, where we say, hey, you guys are all here together, and some of them know each other and some of them don't, but I had a conversation with that seat manufacturer, and I was talking about an exhaust manufacturer, and he's like, really, they're here in Corona? And I'm like, not only are they here in Corona, but they're less than a mile from you, right? And so how do we start taking a look at the businesses that we have here and kind of bringing them together? Now, that's just motorcycles. We all know that there are, in the automotive world, there's a ton in the city of Corona. How do we start looking at the manufacturing and the companies that are already here and start helping facilitate a way to help them grow? And I know that that's such a broad statement, and I do apologize for it being really broad, but when we start looking at these goals, I don't want to wait for a plan to be up for renewal, right? I think that all of these goals and these plans are living, breathing documents, and they can be tweaked, especially as we see, hey, we went down this path because we needed to go on a path, but we realize it's a good path, but it could be improved upon, right? And so that's kind of where I'm interested in now, is especially in the economic development space, where we've got retail centers and we've got entertainment centers that we're looking to fill space in, and we're looking to help revitalize. And it's not our job to do it, but we need to be a part of it. We need to have a seat at the table, and looking in our own economy and our own business sectors, and how do we kind of bring them together. So I think that this is great, but I think it's time to update. Thank you.
All right, and thank you for visiting Strong Electric this week. It was very kind of you. I don't agree with the owner comment. Amina, will you proceed?
Sure. So moving on to sound infrastructure. We have
Strong
7.
infrastructure is good.
We have 7 carryover projects from fiscal year 24, including utilizing, developing an asset management program. We touched on that a little bit earlier this morning. Public Works does have a steering committee for this effort, and they met for the first time last week. So this effort is very much underway. And then we have 3 continuous efforts for this goal as well. And when I say continuous, I want to make mention that we mean ongoing. So these are efforts that are pretty much becoming part of our normal operations, and we're going to probably be doing it extending past the plan's life cycle. Wes, you have a question?
Yeah, really quick. I know that we have, and I meant to mention it earlier too, like we have this percentage of housing within walking distance, percentage of residents rating. Do we have a base, a goal? Because I think it's, when we see it in there, when we see it ranked, it's either the up or down arrow, but what's the goal? Is the goal to have, 20% of residents rated within walking paths is good? Is it, what are our goals? I'm looking at Dr. Tucker over there because he's smiling at me, but.
We can certainly set goals, and I like the idea of having targets on a lot of these.
Yeah.
Probably the place to get there would be to do a baseline and figure out how many are today, and then we know what an appropriate goal would be to shoot for from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a really for all of these, because I think we have them in some, like for our friends in public safety, they have numbers, but we don't have any numbers in the other ones. So I'd really like to. I mean, not all of them. That's all my point. So nice to see if we had actual targets. They say it's SMART goals, right? Specific, measurable, actionable. No, I just said annual goal setting, so sorry.
Sure. And what he's referring to are these performance indicators, so we'll work on that. Sorry. Trying to go back to our safe community. Okay. There we go. So for our safe community, we have 5 carryover projects, one including the upgrading of the 911 system. Okay, this is getting wonky. Hold on. This clicker, it's not clicking. Now it is. Sorry for the technical difficulty. So, safe community. Thank you. So as I was mentioning, for Safe Community, we have 5 carryover projects, including upgrading the city's 911 system, which is an effort in conjunction with the state, which is waiting for the state to give us our next steps. And then we have 6 continuous ongoing projects for Safe Community, including the implementation and, I'll just keep talking, including the implementation of the homeless strategic plan. And for our Safe Community, we have 31 performance indicators.
Yeah.
Sure.
If I could, when we say upgrade and maintain the city's 911 system, is that in conjunction with our new fire dispatch, or are they officially separated at this point?
Fire dispatch is officially separated at this point.
Okay, so now we're just talking about, when we say upgrade the city's 911 system, we're just talking about PD at this point.
Yeah, the calls still we still receive the calls. They get punted over to Ontario Fire now, though. So that's all the backbone of the infrastructure. And I would say that includes things like our software system that we use to dispatch. That's
Right.
called Spillman, that we've had issues with. It's about making sure everything's upgraded and functioning as optimally as it can be.
And I think, I don't want to correct you, Jacob, but I think the term isn't punted to Ontario. I think it's a soft handoff.
It's a highly coordinated,
Yes.
careful handoff that happens
Punted
in
is
lightning
not
speed.
the right term that I want out in the atmosphere when somebody calls with a fire. It's handed off appropriately to
You're correct.
the
I stand
dispatch.
corrected.
Just really quick before we move to the next piece, develop a strategy to meet mandated regional housing. I don't want to develop a strategy to meet those goals. We've met the goals. We have a plan that's been accepted by HCD, and we don't build housing. And I think that if we do anything that encourages, if we want to plan to be purposeful, I like that. Selective, I like that. I like using the mayor's term, using good planning and good design. But I think we were forced to do some things. I think that we were didn't want to do. I guess that's the definition of forced. But I want to ensure that it's not the city's responsibility to get people to build home, to get people to build housing units.
So I should probably just make a quick comment. On any of these items, if you guys want to make a quick motion and tell us to remove it from the plan, we can always do that. I don't want any of your comments to go unheeded. And so if everyone agrees to anything on these things and you say, you know what, it's been 3 years, this thing's been bugging me all 3 years, I've been looking at it, I think we got that one maybe not quite right, let's remove it or revise it. I welcome that feedback and direction. I just need to know that we got a majority.
Well, I think the question would be, I guess I'd want to know what phase 2 is.
Joanne, do you want to talk to that?
So if you recall last year when we did our rezoning program, we removed some sites. And so we are now bringing back the shortfall of those housing sites to meet our RENA obligation on the housing sites. We went to Planning Commission on Monday and we'll be bringing that to council on the 17th. And that should wrap up our planning effort, saying that we've identified housing sites to meet our regional allocation.
Okay, that's good. That's fine. I think, residential unit numbers, I guess it's the interpretation of it, right? I guess if somebody read that, they would say, it sounds like the city wants to build housing. I'm like, no. Yeah, and I know that's not true, but like I said, I just wanted to clarify.
I am curious with the state budget dilemma where they don't have money anymore. Are they cutting HCD's budget? Have you heard anything on that?
No, but they did cut $500 million worth of affordable housing funding. $500 million.
So HCD is going to kind of lose some gusto, right? Like,
No. Their housing accountability group is fully funded to go and sit in city council meetings and
Okay. So they're going to embrace dysfunction. All right. Mina?
So we're going to keep this developed strategy, we're going to keep that in? Okay. We're going to move on to sense of place. Can you? So for sense of place, we have 7 carryover activities for fiscal year '24. One of them being increasing large-scale recreation events, which is the events or the enhanced projects that we'll be speaking about a little bit later today. And then we have 3 continuous activities for this particular goal. And then this goal has 14 indicators.
I have a quick question on the first one. When is that coming back to us to
Develop an additional performing arts
yeah,
venue.
what's
Performing arts feasibility study. Donna, when do we think that that's coming back for council to see phase 2 of that?
So we're wrapping up the work on phase 2 right now. Our goal is to have it back before the council. We're looking at May or June study session for a final update on the phase 2 findings for that study.
and that will the I mean, I guess I'm foreshadowing, but will that be an RFP or something that comes out that will be generated from that, saying we pick a direction and then one of those options is an
It really depends on what the direction is.
Okay, got
If
it.
you chose to go build a new center, yes. If you chose not to,
Right.
no.
Okay, fair enough. And then the third one, I thought that the HCC was already designated for arts.
Nope, it's not. We have lots of non-arts lessees that are in that building.
Okay, can you give me a definition of arts?
It would be visual performing, so it could be music classes, dance classes, it could be culinary classes, it could be painting classes. What it wouldn't include is things like a workforce development team, United Way. Those aren't arts-oriented institutions per se.
Okay, and if we designate that, we'll wait till those leases are up, and then are we going to tell people now, hey, by the way, in 2 years you're not going to have a place?
Yeah, because of the planned renovations for the center, I think there's going to be a natural conclusion to those leases. There's a lot of upgrades that need to happen, and that would be the natural time as we have to vacate spaces in order to carry out the construction improvements that need to be done. We just wouldn't be renewing those leases beyond that time period.
Okay.
On sense of place, one of the 25 projects is increased support, coordination, and partnerships to enhance veteran services and programs. But when I'm looking at the performance indicators, I don't see a performance indicator that talks about that. And I don't really know exactly what a performance indicator would be or how we quantify that. I do know that we have a very robust and engaged veteran community. And I would like to make sure that in the plethora of surveys that we're doing, in order to kind of mitigate survey fatigue, that we're strategic in what we're asking for. And I say that, and I want to give a shout out to our surveys. I feel, having lived in this city since 2009, that prior to maybe 3-4 years ago, I don't recall a whole lot of surveys. And when you go from 0 to a cornucopia of surveys, of just a virtual.
Doris this morning.
I got a word of the day calendar. I've been trying to use it in my vocabulary. Plethora. So I want to say that, I think that's good. We're engaging with our community, and yes, it may seem like a lot of surveys, but that's all data that we need to drive these plans. And so I just don't see in the performance indicators a way that we are measuring our communication and outreach to our veteran community. So, but again, I would probably, defer to somebody like Dr. Tucker over there, who is a savant at surveys. So, yeah,
He knows a myriad of
That's-
ways of doing these.
He
That's
does,
for sure.
and I'm all out of words. Yeah,
We're going to wrap this up now before we both look dumb.
yeah. So I'm done with my words for the day. So, but I do want to make sure that in the performance indicators we're tracking the veteran community as well.
Yeah, and to your point, there aren't performance indicators for everything we do, and you hit the nail on the head. It's very difficult to measure some things, and there is a diminishing return on investment if you try to measure there's 1,000 different things you could measure, and we could measure number of meetings we've held, we could measure number of flyers handed out, but there is a diminishing return on that, which is why it's highlighted as something we want to make sure that we haven't forgotten about and that we're doing. And I think we have some good examples of how we've partnered with the veterans, including trying to improve the memorial. But there isn't a great deal of city work that gets done on that front other than meeting, communicating regularly, and trying to support where we can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so moving on to high-performing government. We have 5 carryover projects and 5 continuous projects for fiscal year '25. This particular goal has 11 performance indicators. Any feedback on this one? All right. So overall, we are 61% completed with our activities for this plan. We have about 27 carryover activities going into fiscal year '25. We have about 13 continuous activities, and we have 6 slated for the fiscal year '26. So again, the ask is that the City Council provide feedback on the strategic plan implementation schedule for fiscal year '25. Thank you.
I just want to make sure the ones listed here new for fiscal year '26. I didn't see what they were.
So
We
so-
didn't go over them because they're not planned for until fiscal year '26. So they're still in the strategic plan, but we don't highlight them because they're not being proposed to be worked on yet. We can go back to the document and highlight them if you guys want to see what they are.
I just wanted to make sure. I mean,
They're also included in that secondary document, which is the full list of all the activities for the full 5 years of the strategic plan.
okay,
It's the handout behind the presentation.
got it. Oh, there they are. Okay,
Yeah,
so
under the
I
column,
see it
just-
now.
yeah.
I can go through and pick them out. Thank you.
Wes, did you want to ramble on? All right, Jim? Thank you. All right, thanks, Amina.
Thank you.
Okay. We are very off schedule, but that's all right. Financial planning policies. Ms. Sylvia, do we have any speakers that want to ramble on financial planning?
Mayor, I do not have any
Sorry,
speaker
Wes.
cards for this item.
All right, thank you, Sylvia. In that manner, it'll be Christine Thompson. Is she around? Oh, she's here. Accounting manager. She is the accounting manager, and she will provide a presentation on financial health metrics. Good luck.
Thank you. I hope this works. Can I use this? Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I appreciate. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I will present the city's financial health metrics focused on sound debt management and financial stability. Each metric has a target, and the target is set up mainly according to 3 factors: the best practices recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association, the city's historical performance indicators, and the neighboring cities' comparable data. Now let's take a look at the metrics for sound debt management. The first one is the bond credit rating. The city's bond credit rating target is AAA. As of today, all city's bonds are rated either AA or AA+. The city's AA+ bonds include pension obligation bonds and wastewater revenue bonds. As the table shows, from the fiscal year 2020 to 2023, the city's bond credit rating has been trending up. We're on track to reach our target. The second metric is the outstanding debt per capita. The city's target is to keep it less than $2,000. At the end of fiscal year 2023, the city's debt per capita is $2,069, a favorable decrease of $143 from the previous year. The pension obligation bonds increased the debt per capita by $1,549. If we exclude the pension obligation bonds, the amount of the debt per capita is $520, among the lowest in the Inland Empire. Compared to other cities that also issued pension obligation bonds, we still have one of the lowest debt per capita amounts. The third metric is the percent of debt compared to the legal debt limit. The city's target ratio is 10% or less. We're on target for that. The legal debt limit is 15% of assessed property value within the city. For fiscal year 2023, the total assessed property value is $26.2 billion. The legal debt limit is $3.9 billion. At the end of fiscal year 2023, the city had $234.6 million in general obligation debt, which is 5.96% of the limit, a favorable decrease of 1.03% from the previous year.
I did the same thing. I'm just going to stop real quick.
Yes.
So each one of these is a new page. So this is this, and then that's that. So it looks like it repeats, but it's not. It's just the red.
Yes, I just highlight the metric, what am I talking, so just for easy following.
Yes.
Hopefully not do the
So it's just
opposite.
more slides, but yeah, it's the same information. It just
Yes.
looks that way. I just had a really quick question.
Yes.
So if the target is AAA, what is the metrics to get there? How do you get a AAA?
Well, there's many factors that S&P or other credit companies read the city. We really just need to make sure we financially stable, we have a strong economy base. It's really up to the rating agency.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a black box.
Yeah, just to give you for some reference, as I'm not aware any Inland Empire cities got a AAA rating as of today, but the neighboring cities, I know Claremont is AAA, like Newport Beach, AAA, or Pasadena. Those are cities, they are AAA rated cities.
Okay. Good job, Dean. And then the next one, the target of less than $2,000. So 1,500 of that was the pension obligation bonds. So
Yes,
just about
yes,
doing the math,
yeah.
the
So
fast
even
math.
yes,
If we add in the bonds that we're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
pulling for the downtown revitalization and city park plan, what will that bring that number to?
I'm hoping I think right now the loan amount and still to be determined. We try to go PayGo. We try to use PayGo fund as much as we can, but it's up to the management, and we'll talk with our financial advisor, see how much we're going to loan. I think right now we plan to loan anywhere from 40 to 60 million. No.
So the overall downtown revitalization, we've gotten direction that we could borrow up to 125 million. That's the total number. I don't know what that would do to this number off the top of our head, that we'd have to calculate
And if
that.
we borrowed 280, would it be borrowed 281 for the pension obligation bonds?
Yeah, 278.
276, yeah,
something like that.
276 million.
This is final number. So,
Yeah,
all
so
right, that's 1,500. Okay, so we're going to be around 3,000 probably. Okay.
We'll continue to evaluate those targets, see when it's fit. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The last metric on this page is debt payment as a percentage of operating budget. The city's target is to keep it less than 10%. We're on target for that. The debt payment is 9.5% of the operating budget for fiscal year 2023, a favorable decrease of 1.53% from the previous year. Moving on to the metrics for stable finances. The first metric is the diversity of revenue sources. The city's target is to keep sales tax revenue less than 50% of total general fund revenues. We're on target for that. In fiscal year 2023, sales tax is 46% of the overall general fund revenues. Measure X has brought in more sales tax in fiscal year 2022 and 2023. We expect sales tax in 2024 at a similar ratio as the past 2 fiscal years. The next metric tracks the funding ratio for pension liabilities. The target funding ratio is 100%. The city's pension obligation bonds paid down the pension liability, brought up the funding ratio to 90.6% at the end of fiscal year 2023. Because CalPERS lowered the discount rate from 7% to 6.8% and had investment losses in the past fiscal year, there are additional $81.8 million accrued pension liability for the city. In response to the new assessment this year, the city has contributed additional $6,050,000 to the Pension Stabilization Trust. For General Fund Emergency Contingency Reserve, the target is 25% of the annual operating expenditures. We're on target for that. By the end of fiscal year 2023, the General Fund Emergency Contingency Reserve is $45.3 million.
Just really quick before we jump on from the pension, you mentioned you said 6.9 million in there are the pension obligation trust. Is that correct?
No.
No, the additional contribution?
No, how much money is in there now?
What's it at, Kim? 33 million, I believe.
Yeah,
So
around 33 million.
Is there a reason why we're not applying that to the 81 million that we owe?
Well, that would be a strategic decision to be made.
I mean, that's all it's for. It's not like we can use it for anything else.
Correct. We're getting really good returns on our own pension obligation trust, whereas PERS seems to lose money when they invest, and so we would rather control the way that grows. That we also know that UAL number is going to fluctuate. We wanted to get maybe 2 or 3 years to kind of trend that number out. They had a bad year, which is how that 82 million came about. We hope to see maybe 2-3 years of trending before we decide to start hollowing out that trust, because we're getting great returns on our investments. We have the ability to invest differently than we do our other city funds, and so it's a bit of a strategy question, and you could choose to put the money in there. At this point, we recommended that we simply maintain the payment schedule that we've been planning by making additional contributions, building up that trust, and then the next year or 2, you'll have that decision of, do you want to empty it out or do you want to continue to grow it?
I mean, that was one of the arguments that the reason why we had that massive amount of money in the bank, and we were managing it better than CalPERS, but we still kept owing that percentage. So I'm very curious when we get to that phase to be able to compare the percentage that we're accruing, the additional percentage that we're accruing, because we owe 81 million versus what we're getting return on the 30, you said 32 million? 33 million that we have in there, because that was the strategy before was, hey, we're going to hold this money back and we're not going to put it toward pensions because we can manage it better. And so I want to make sure.
So it is managed differently than what it was before, because before it was managed as part of the city's overall pool. This is in a separate trust, which is.
No, understood that part. I understand that we can't use it for anything else, which is great. But I'm just curious about, if we're getting a better percentage than what we owe. I mean, maybe I'm oversimplifying it. If it's, a credit card, if you owe, 15% on and you're getting, 10% in the bank, is it better?
Reserves for major operating funds. The city's target reserve is 3 months operating costs. The general fund is on target for that. Utility funds have set up a reserve policy, and starting in fiscal year 2022, have been contributing 10% of the net revenue to the emergency reserve. In the past 2 years, $4.5 million have been contributed to the reserve. Utility funds will continue contributing to the reserve each year until reaching the target $41.5 million. For scheduled asset repairs and replacements, the target funding ratio is 100%. The city has set up an asset management steering committee to develop and monitor the city's strategic asset management plan and other asset management initiatives. The draft asset management plan and asset management policy are currently under review. We'll come back with an update on this item once the asset management plan is finalized. Overall, the good news is all metrics that are tracking the financial health of the city have been trending favorably or on track to reach their target. That concludes my presentation. Any questions, comments?
Jim? Can someone give CalPERS Chad Willardson's phone number? And those are my only comments. Thank you. Thank you, Christine. Okay.
Just really quick before we move on, Jacob, when we do have that bond and debt service conversation, I would really like it if Chad could be here just for us to ask him questions.
Sure, yeah.
All right, up next, the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funding update. Luis Navarro, are you around? All right, Luis. Luis is a senior financial analyst. Luis will provide a presentation on the American Rescue Plan Act funding update.
Perfect.
luck,
Good morning.
Claire.
Here today to provide a quick update on ARPA funding.
All right, everybody look at your handout. Okay, there it is.
The purpose, very simple, and that again is to provide an update on ARPA funds. As an overview, we'll discuss the status of ARPA funds, current allocations, project statuses, and of course what the next steps are. A bit of history at this point. Back in 2021, the American Rescue Plan approved a total of $1.9 trillion in total funding. Of that, $350 billion was allocated to states and local governments. The City of Corona's allocation was $29.2 million. And a couple of key dates to note here, the first one being December 31st, 2024. Funds must be fully obligated by this date. That means that in order for that requirement, that obligation requirement to be met, funds must be encumbered, that is tied to a contract or a purchase order by December 31st, 2024. And once obligated, those funds must be fully spent by December 31st, 2026.
Mr. Navarro, before you move on, I know there's been a lot of talk of clawing some of this back. In your presentation, are you going to talk about what we've spent so far? And because I'm just thinking there's been conversations about clawing unspent money back or unallocated. I mean, not even unallocated. I actually asked that question of one of the governor's folks about unallocated versus unspent, and he said unspent. So I'm just curious about, if we can, it'd be nice to be able to spend this money as fast as possible so somebody can't come and take it.
Correct. So I do have those data points. We can talk about them now or maybe a little bit later.
No, do what you got to go through your list here. I just want to make sure we're going to cover that. Thank you, Mr. Morrow.
You got it. Going off of that comment, anything not encumbered or spent by December 31st, 2024, that will have to be returned. Going over to project categories and allocations, based on the 2022 final rule issued by the Department of Treasury, 4 categories were identified as eligible uses for ARPA funds. The city elected to allocate funding to Area 1, negative economic impacts, and Area number 3, revenue replacement. In August of last year, 3 additional categories were identified. However, since the city had already allocated 100% of funds received, the city did not pursue these avenues. This slide shows the breakdown of current allocations by categories and projects. As you can see, we allocated $2.02 million to the negative economic impacts category and $27.14 million to the revenue replacement category. Moving on to individual project statuses, there are 6 projects in the negative economic impacts category, of which 2 are complete. No additional projects have been completed since the last update at the fall workshop. I won't go through them all, but for the business grants project, staff issued 30 $10,000 small business grants and $65,000 entrepreneur grants. and also launched the Downtown Commercial Beautification Grant Program. For the rental assistance at the Historic Civic Center project, initially tenants were approved a 30% rent reduction from January 2021 to December 2023. Based on available funding, that rent assistance will be extended for another calendar year through December 2024. Moving on to the revenue replacement category, there are 10 projects in the revenue replacement category. Since the last update, one additional project has been completed for a total of 4. That is the armored rescue vehicle. That vehicle has been upfitted and has been delivered. The other 6 are still on track. Again, I won't go through all of these, but for the fire station rebuild, final design is expected in the fall and anticipating a bid award in December. The traffic signal optimization and the old PD building demolition are both anticipating a bid award in the summer, and the broadcast system overhaul, staff is finalizing design with the consultant. As for the next steps in the process, as we do every quarter, submit the next quarterly report, which is due at the end of next month. And of course, to keep updating the council with the next update scheduled for the fall workshop. And once again, the purpose of this presentation was to provide an update on ARPA funds. And this does conclude the presentation, but Councilmember Speak, to answer your question, year to date, we spent about 1.4 million in ARPA funding, cumulatively 2.7. Currently, there's a little bit over $1 million encumbered, and the balance is just about 25 million at the moment.
So in regards to 2 things, the fall workshop later this year, when we get an update, will that also include on the grants that we issued an update on how that went? I guess, I mean, I'm trying to understand what type of performance indicator, you know, if we issued 30 10,000 small business grants, $300,000, do we have, what were the metrics in there that said, okay, you could apply for the grant, you could receive the grant, there's specific things that you could use the grant money for, which all had to be notified to us. Will that be part of the update, like line item by line item, or business by business?
No, that's not the intent. That would be probably a little too granular for your overall ARPA update, but we certainly can include that in economic development update. And you'll remember that those funds are based on a reimbursement basis, so they do have to show that they spent the funds on what they were supposed to spend them on. But the intent would not be to do that as part of an overall ARPA update.
And then, I guess maybe it would be in the economic development update as well, the 60 entrepreneur grants. You know, it's a reimbursement basis as well, but I'd like to make sure that, you know, our entrepreneurs are entrepreneuring.
For sure. I'll make a note to report back on both of those.
Jim? All right, thanks, Luis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, up next is Kim Sitton, the Finance Director, and she is going to provide a presentation on purchasing. So this will be riveting.
Welcome to the exciting world of purchasing. It will be riveting. So this morning we have a presentation on purchasing. It's basically broken into 2 different sections. The first part will be just an update on some things that we've been doing with the purchasing area and the purchasing process. And the second part will be some proposed changes to the municipal code, and we'll be asking council to provide some feedback on those items. So the purchasing process, we've identified some problem areas or challenges and areas where we can make some improvements. Probably the number 1 item is that the process takes too long. In some cases, there have been some items that have taken more than a year, which is a very long time. Those tend to be some of the more complicated items where they need a very detailed technical scope of work. Maybe it's needed to go back out to bid a couple of times. Luckily, those are the exception, not the rule. So, but the process does take too long. Can sometimes be too complex, a little confusing for staff to know how they need to proceed in order to get certain items accomplished and purchased. There have been some reporting and documentation issues, some gaps in our communication and information. And then we found some items in the municipal code that are a little outdated and could be refreshed. So when looking at solutions, we wanted to make sure we were making the process easier to understand, making it a little more efficient and quicker. We wanted to enhance our reporting and documentation and then communication, keeping everyone up to date on the status, and exercising that balance between controls and efficiency. There are a lot of different regulations when it comes to the purchasing world, from the Department of Industrial Relations, public contracting codes. We need to make sure when we're looking at these improvements that we're balancing that out with those regulations that are in place. And also looking at best practices and updating the municipal code accordingly. So how do we start the evaluation process? We actually put together a working group with department heads from different departments, IT, fire, public works, I'm forgetting someone, finance, and then utilities as well. So we started off talking with the department heads and getting feedback from them about what their pain points were in the purchasing process. And then from there, we used an exercise called Right Size the Problem, where we then pulled in staff at all different levels within those departments and had them go through and look at the problem from all different angles and different perspectives. So how do the problems that we just talked about on the previous slide, how does it affect the elected officials? How does it affect the city manager? How does it affect staff that's trying to get their job done? And so trying to look at it from all these different angles and really get a holistic view of where the challenges were, and identifying some of those core issues that were creating the problems that I talked about on the previous slide. So us as humans took that information and came up with some ideas of how we could proceed in improving that area. We also ran it through artificial intelligence, and it was really kind of cool to see the recommended actions from AI and how closely they aligned with what we as the humans came up with. Some things that were suggested were a little interesting that we hadn't thought of, but it was really kind of cool to see where things were very closely aligned. So. And then Mr. Channing also met with each of our purchasing staff members, interviewed them, talked to them about their perspective on the challenges and possible solutions. And then all of those things combined resulted in a list of about 40 items that where we could make some improvements. Some are very small items and some are very big. There's definitely short-term and long-term improvements that we can be making on the purchasing process. So with that, we identified this very detailed list about how we were going to move forward. So happy to share some of the items that we've actually completed so far. These are items that, as this working group or as working with our purchasing manager and Mr. Channing, that we've come up with or have completed. Not necessarily everything has been rolled out to the staff level quite yet, but we're getting ready to do that. But wanted to have the conversation with you first about the municipal code changes so we could roll out all the changes at once rather than piecemealing everything and driving everybody crazy with here's the change today, here's the change tomorrow. So one of the things we started doing was processing those annual purchase orders earlier in the fiscal year. Most of our purchase orders had a term of July 1 through June 30, and we were waiting until late in June to issue a lot of those POs. But by starting that process earlier, actually some departments have already started submitting their requests for next fiscal year. By issuing those earlier, it just helped to even out the workflow a little bit, or the workload, and so we didn't have this huge backlog at July 1, so it just helped to manage that a little bit better. And it was better to have those purchase orders in place when we started the new fiscal year. We took a look at our purchase order structure. We talked to a couple other agencies about their structure as well. Pasadena and Santa Monica were super helpful in sharing information about their processes, and you know, after taking a look at that, felt like our current purchasing structure worked for us today. We know that as we continue to evaluate the purchasing process, that more changes may come. We've reviewed and updated our agreement language, made some minor tweaks to help out the staff and make things more clear when working with our vendors on those agreements. We've also been looking at our insurance endorsements, talking with the legal and risk management team to figure out how we can possibly simplify some of the endorsements that we're asking for, and created an insurance matrix, which gives us kind of a decision tree so we can help assess if this is like a very low-level risk activity, you know, a face painter that's out at a special event versus, you know, a full-blown construction project. So that's really going to help us move forward in simplifying that process. We've also created an emergency request. So if something needs to jump the line and it's, something that needs to bypass everything else that's been in the queue, we've created a process for that. We've also worked with our staff to create a contract management database and to be able to report on that. And we didn't have before a whole visual, a good tracking system to look at everything and when all the contracts were going to expire. So a lot of the departments were having to track that on their own. And so this is helping to give us a better oversight, knowing that, hey, all of these contracts are going to expire within the next 6 months. We need to be doing RFPs. We need to, that helps us manage our workload going forward. One of the things I forgot to mention is you'll hear me mention P-Track multiple times through this presentation. That's the in-house purchasing tracking system that was built by our IT department. That's where departments submit their requests, and then our purchasing group manages those requests within that system. So if you mentioned P-Track, that's what it is. We've also created some purchasing process phases and checklists, and this will be super important to help staff understand what does a complete submittal look like. If I'm going to submit an RFP for this type of work, here's all the elements that I need to provide. And then by setting the phases, it's also going to help set expectations that, if you're going to go out to RFP, here's how much time you think we think you need to allow in order for all the different phases to complete. We have a purchasing workflow chart, so it helps staff understand if they have a different type of purchase, what the value of it is, and then what their workflow would be in order to submit and get that item completed. We've updated that item. I put on here we created a scope of work guidelines, but it's actually updated. We've reviewed an updated one. This will help staff answer the questions when they're writing a scope of work. What information needs to be contained in a good scope of work? And there's prompts in there and different questions you should be asking yourself in order to write that scope of work. We are distributing a weekly P-Track status report, and that helps multiple levels in each department understand the status of their current request. Not just the person who requested it, but like I said, supervisors and managers can have sight on that as well. And then we've established recurring P-Track review meetings with the departments. So with the larger departments that have bigger volume of purchasing requests, such as utilities, community services, and public works, we're meeting with them monthly. And then the other departments, we're meeting with them quarterly to talk about different items that are pending in the system. And so we can talk about that status, but it's also helpful for them to tell us things that are upcoming. So if they have any big projects or big purchasing items that are upcoming, it helps us manage our workload. So then moving on to items that are currently in the works, we're looking at updating our RFP and bid templates to simplify those and make them a little bit more
Ms. Sitton, I'm sorry, before you move on to the next one, is the issue I understand this is all about improving the processes. Is it because we have a lot? Or is it because we don't have where we need to make these tweaks?
So we need to make these tweaks, and what was really happening is like I said, a lot of it was based on the fiscal year. So these POs were July 1 through June 30. So we'd get this huge influx of requests for July 1, and it was really hard to manage. And at times it was taking us 3, 4, 5 months to issue a PO for the new fiscal year. Well, now we've got a vendor. Well, that's a problem if we've got a vendor that needs to be working July 1. So we needed to look at ways to help manage and even out that workload a lot better so that we could keep up with the requests.
Okay. All right. That helped. Thank you.
Ms. Sitton, you had mentioned that the July 1st to June 30th. So are certain departments able to back in their requests 3, 4, 5 months earlier so that by the time July 1st hits? So have they been able to respond well to a new target date instead of having an entire fiscal year? They've got half a fiscal year or something along those lines?
So what we're looking at doing, like right now, we've already started to ask the departments to give us everything for fiscal year 25. And I was checking the numbers this morning, and I already see quite a few requests for fiscal year 25. So that helps the staff to get those issued by July 1. The other thing that we're wanting to do is not necessarily time everything July 1 through June 30. Maybe this particular group of POs, they become, March to February or something like that. So we stagger them a little bit better. And I think that will also help to manage the workload a little bit better. Did I answer? I don't know if I answered your question exactly.
And the next question that I have is there an opportunity that because POs may get issued in a different time fashion that we could exploit some early payment options with some of our vendors type of thing?
There's potential for that, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't say that that's true in every case, but I'm sure there's some potential for that.
We love to save money, especially other people's money, so thank you.
Let's see, so we're updating the RFP and bid templates. Then we're also working with the IT department, who's working with all the different departments to look at the workflow approval codes in the system. Right now, when a PO gets issued, there's a workflow process, and it gets approved by the requester, the supervisor, manager, that sort of thing. But there's sometimes those things get stuck. If someone's out on vacation or someone's left the organization, those things don't necessarily move on automatically. So IT is working with those departments to help make sure those are kept current and things don't get stuck in the system, and so that's going to be a huge help as well. We're working on some simplified agreements that will be like a shortened version, a 1 to 2 page agreement. It'll primarily relate to recreation vendors, but it could apply in some other situations as well. These will be for like your one-time, like one-day instructor that comes in, or a face painter that's there for a special event, or that type of thing. So it's a much more simplified version of the agreement, and I think that'll help to speed things along as well. Looking to expand the use of our multi-year agreements, and that will help, like I said, with like Mr. Daddario's question about the dates, if we have those multi-year agreements and those can cross from one year to the next. We're working with the IT department to develop purchasing surveys to find out how we're doing and where we can continue to improve. And then we're working on implementing some PTRAC system enhancements to capture some additional data when the departments are submitting those requests for purchasing. And those PTRAC enhancements will help us with a PTRAC dashboard that we're working on. Well, I shouldn't say we're working on, IT is working on it. And that will help to give an overall quick visual of where things are in the PTRAC system for the different requesters and the department heads. And then, of course, with all this, we need to conduct staff training on all these different improvements that we're making. And then one of the longer-term projects that we're looking at is a new ERP system, or enterprise resource system. As Mr. Ellis mentioned this morning, that's like the whole backbone system of our our accounting. It handles purchasing, payroll, all that type of stuff. And that'll be like a 1.5 to 2 year project. And so we know with the implementation of that type of a system, there will definitely be changes that come out of that as well, because there'll be recommendations from whichever vendor we select.
As somebody who's in the middle of a massive ERP deployment to over 60,000 people, is massively disruptive. We're using a Oracle system. I don't know if Horizon is the name that they use, but that's what we're using, and it changes everything, and it's massively disruptful. I mean, everything from it's HR, it's purchasing, it's project management, it's everything, and it's created all kinds of chaos. So if you'd like, I could provide some information that we've given people on managing the emotion of change. And I'm not saying as a joking way, we've had people quit because they don't understand the process of where this is going, because it's so different. And I'm imagining that the city's ERP is going to be.
Fortunately, our ERP, especially in payroll, is so bad. I think people will quit if we don't change the system rather than if we do. But you're absolutely right. It's a heavy lift. It's very, very impactful. No question.
Yeah, it's millions and millions of dollars for a month that we're spending on not just the conversion, and the data conversion has been a nightmare. And I'm hearing that's not unusual. So whatever time that you have allocated for training, I would say at some point people have training overload because they can't take anymore. But at the same time, the disruption of payments, this disruption of projects, the disruption to have a backup plan, and for being able to run almost a shadow government. I hate to use that word, but a shadow of your system, because otherwise you're not going to be able to do anything. The last conversion, there was another company that they couldn't issue invoices for 6 months. Wow. They couldn't collect money for 6 months. They couldn't get in anything. So And granted, I can see that we definitely need to make some changes, but there's a bunch of strategies that on how to manage these things, and I imagine I don't know if we've made a decision yet who that's going to be.
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, ask them about support. Ask them about, like, do they have hyper teams that will stay on to answer questions? Identifying those super users and folks that can answer questions. You're going to need to set aside some time for those folks in each one of the departments because it's a lift.
Yeah,
A
no,
lift. Yeah, I mean, but I'll tell you, it's been, you can see the benefit of it. Like on our HR side, it's like much more hands-on and it's more approval. The approvals are all done almost immediately. And I mean, we're seeing the benefits of it already, but there is massive amounts of trauma. And we're 2 months in right now from our switch. So have fun.
You know, it's interesting, the demos that we've seen from, like I said, we're not done with those yet, but change management is definitely an area that they discuss because that's important. That's a huge component of the project being successful, so, yeah.
Almost like the 5 stages of grief, right? You're saying, oh, this is terrible, I hated everything, and I'm going to quit, and it's okay, I think it could be better.
That's funny. Okay, so moving on to give you a little bit of statistical information. So on the left side, the graph you can see there just gives you a comparison of what September, October, November, and December looked like in 2022. That's the yellow bar. And then what it looked like in 2023. So like as I said, we started issuing POs a lot earlier in the fiscal year. So you could see we didn't have as many pending requests. That's what this is, as a pending, look at the pending items that were sitting out there. So we were addressing those a lot quicker, which was helping to bring that number down that we were processing. So one of the things with purchasing, unfortunately, is you're never going to get to zero because there's always something that's in process. So things are coming in, things are going out to RFP or bid, and then you're waiting on items, so you start working on something else. So really, what we figured out was a functional zero. And functional zero for us essentially looks like it's 128 when we've come up with looking at the purchasing specialists that we had, the workload that they can carry. That's what that number looks like. I did run the number yesterday, and we're at 243. But like I mentioned, we're already seeing a department submitting all those new requests for fiscal year 25. So on the right-hand side, you can see just a total of the number of POs that we issue each fiscal year, and it's right around that 2,300, 2,400 mark. That's POs and change orders, and through Q2 of this fiscal year, we've issued about 1,248, so it looks like it'll be about on track to be hit that same number for this fiscal year. Okay, so that concludes the portion of the update. In the evaluation of the purchasing process, we did identify some potential changes for the municipal code, and so we're going to switch gears and move on to that part. And so we're going to cover 3 areas: authorization limits, cooperative bidding for non-public projects, and then updates to the municipal code language to clarify some things. And all of these recommendations will align with best practices and create more efficiencies in the process.
This be done after the ERP, or this be done before?
This will be done before.
Okay, I'm just curious, just because I think the ERP will probably save on a lot of these things. I'm thinking authorization limits is probably to limit the number of people that have to touch things, but the ERP kills that. I mean, it actually eliminates the delays between review time and approvals.
So actually, authorization limit is actually like signature authority is actually what we're going to talk about here today. But we know with the ERP system that there's going to be more changes that we'll have to address, but we won't even have identified those until we pick a vendor and start moving through that process.
Okay, I was just curious, because we make a bunch of changes to streamline the things that we have now, and we're going to be completely changing it. We may get some efficiencies, but I always say that, it's the pendulum swing, right? So something bad happens, so then, the government, pushes the pendulum in the other direction and overcorrects and does all these things to keep a handle on. I want to try and keep it in the middle. I don't want to make a bunch of changes and then have us have to go back and change it again.
I agree, but the other option is that we sit on it and wait for a year and a half to 2 years before making some changes. And
I think we highlight the things that can keep us moving, but I'm just, like I said,
I understand.
Yeah.
So authorization levels are, of course, the authority that's granted by the city council to different levels of staff in the organization and to approve agreements or purchases up to a certain dollar amount. And we have, one of the changes that we're recommending is because these are more routine items that could be handled at the staff level, it would allow the process to move more quickly. And we did do a survey of 31 Southern California cities, city manager's office did, cities to review their authorization levels, and of course, those vary from city to city, typically by size. So with our current authorization levels, we have three different groups, well, three groups related to the executive team or the department heads. The first group is the city manager. The second group is city attorney, public works director, director of utilities, and assistant city manager. And then the third group is other department heads. Currently, the city manager's authorization limit is $100,000, and we're proposing to move that to $125,000 for services. That would also apply to public projects for consistency. And then we're proposing to $200,000 for goods and materials. For the second group, we're proposing to move from $75,000 to $100,000, and that would be for services as well as goods and materials. And then for the other department heads, we're proposing to move from $60,000 to $75,000 for both services and goods and materials. So why would we even consider suggesting those changes? So the changes, number one, help us keep up with inflation. Our current authorization levels were set in 2018. Since that time, CPI has changed by 27.4%. And we felt like the recommendations that we came up with were a reasonable change based on that CPI, how that had grown since that time. It does align us with some other Southern California cities. Like I said, in that survey of 31 cities, it ranged anywhere from $5,000 for Jurupa Valley for city manager signature authority up to $300,000 for Ventura. This does align us with the state of California purchasing regulations, the $200,000 mark for goods and materials. The state is also considering increasing their limit based on inflation. So as we know, the government can sometimes move at a snail's pace, and a lot of times that has to do with some of the purchasing guidelines or the purchasing regulations. So we do think this will help to move the process quicker, making the purchasing process move 3 to 4 weeks earlier if an agreement can be approved at the staff level rather than coming to council. It could reduce, have some savings in staff time. Based on the 2023 numbers, approximately 63 items would fall into this range for the proposed change. And examples of those types of purchases were valves, chemicals, vehicles, and software. And based on those 63 items, we're estimating about $35,000 could be saved in staff time. And again, this is one of those areas where we're trying to balance efficiency with speed and controls. So does this impact the bidding process or the RFP process and the requirements that we go out and collect bids for? So no, this does not change that at all. It just simply increases the signature authority for those different positions. Items would still need to be budgeted appropriately, publicly posted, and bids would need to be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. Okay, so moving on to the next group, which is cooperative bidding for non-public projects. Yes.
We move on to the next group. I had a question. If you go back to page or slide 14, I'm just going to use the city manager as an example. So currently, the city manager's limit is $100,000. When you're proposing that for services, it goes up to $125,000. And currently, the goods and materials portion of it is already $100,000, and you're proposing to go to $200,000?
Yes.
And to kind of back that up, you talked about 63 instances where it would have fell within the range that somebody could have just approved. Of those 63 instances, since you guys have a whole lot of data to support it, did any time that it came to council, did it not get approved?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So, or was it questioned or anything along those lines? I'm curious. I mean, there's a reason that these dollar amounts were the way that they were, and we certainly don't want anything, to kind of flow under the radar type of thing. I know that we're very diligent in that aspect, but there's a reason that they were set the way that they were. I just don't want anyone to take advantage of it and not have to come to council for any type of oversight. It's my concern. So I'm just trying to make sure that there's the appropriate checks and balances in there, so that if all of a sudden everything is $75,000 or $74,999, if every bid or something like that, I'm very curious. Could we add a metric if we were to approve this that maybe gives us a summary at the end of the year of how many authorizations were underneath the threshold?
I mean, that's actually, at RCTC, they have a quarterly report that comes up with what the executive director approved. There's like kind of 2 levels. So be curious about how that would work out, just that we would know, not necessarily maybe they don't come to council for approval, but we get a list of what was approved.
Sure, if that's the direction of the council, that's something.
What do you guys think? I mean, at least it'd give us an eye on stuff so we could ask questions. And that's really all that, it comes in front of the commission, once a quarter and says, hey, look here, here's all the items where the executive director utilized her authority to execute an agreement.
Would it take a lot of staff time to do that?
I don't believe so. It would be running reports that generate that information, but I think it would just be on that dollar range that we're talking about, so.
So try it once and then see how it works, and if it's good, good, not.
If it's less than $35,000, then we're okay.
Okay, there you go.
But you're asking if just for the things where the executives have exercised their signature authority. Okay. Okay. Any other questions on that section? Okay, so cooperative bidding is something that the city utilizes. It's considered a best practice in the purchasing world. It allows us to piggyback off a competitive bid that's been completed by another agency. It does give us some benefits of the volume purchases, of economies of scale. We get some advantages in our delivery and supply chain. And like I said, it's competitively bid by another agency using their resources, which just helps us save administrative time and expense. It does simplify and streamline the process, and we get timely access to materials and equipment.
I think before you change on item 16, the bids awarded to lowest responsible bidder, I know that there's Davis-Bacon, I forget what the act is. There's some public works projects have to be awarded to the lowest bidder. And I know that I just asked a question about when we awarded the security contract at the library, the weightings were, I think, a little bit skewed. That cost was only like 10%. Is there an ability for us to go back and look at the way it is responsible bidder, lowest responsive bidder, but it's also that rubric that gets scored that I think I'm curious about where that, where we can either affect that cost being larger than 10%.
That's something that the council would like us to bring back at a study session for discussion, or is that?
I would. I don't know, Mike.
You're talking about. So you're just talking about the way that it's scored, right? So the weighing of it. And I remember you talking about that, where if a very low portion of that is one thing, it could skew the, yeah. Well, I think that, I think it never hurts to look at it and say, is this in line with best practices? I mean, this entire report is, you've talked about all the other cities that you've measured up against or looked at or whatnot. So it would be interesting to see if we are scoring the same way that everybody else is, or if we're doing something completely different. So I'd be okay with that, like in a study session. Yeah.
We'll just follow up and get you to just articulate that so we make sure we hit the mark when we bring that back.
So like I mentioned, the city does use cooperative bidding. It's currently allowed under our municipal code. This is, again, we're talking about non-public projects. So it's currently allowed under the exceptions to bid. And all we're requesting with this item is to reclassify it so it's no longer considered an exception to bid, again, for non-public projects. So examples of this would be software, vehicles, chemicals, office supplies, equipment, fuel purchases, and uniforms. This would not apply to public projects such as constructing a building, painting a building, that sort of thing. And based on our estimates, it applies to about 55 items from based on 2023 actuals. And so why does this help the process? Again, similar to what I mentioned on the authorization limits side, it does help to save time by things being able to be issued quicker. And there is sometimes a negative perception of something being called an exception to bid. With these cooperative bids, like I said, as they are competitively bid, it's just being done by another agency. Any questions on that one before we move on to the last part? And so then the last part that we will be bringing forward to council at a future date is to clarify some of the language in the municipal code. Like I said, when working with some of these other agencies like Pasadena and Santa Monica, some of the information that they shared with us from their municipal code, it was very, very clear and simple to understand. And so we found that there were areas where we could condense information, so not have so many layers, making it challenging for staff to understand some of the process. And we want to make sure we're utilizing best practice. So just a couple of examples of what we may be bringing forward in that municipal code change is changing the approval limits that would apply independently for each department head when the same vendor is used for multiple departments and not have that cumulative. Some examples could be like traffic management. We have the same company that's used in community services for traffic control for events, as well as utilities for any type of main breaks, and then public works for street repairs. Similar for street paving, they use the same vendor for when utilities has main breaks and public works has street repairs. And then example 2 would be to define formal non-public projects as anything over the city manager authority. Currently, non-public projects in the municipal code are broken into multiple categories, which leads to some confusion. So we're looking to consolidate that information and make it a little bit simpler to understand. So the next steps is that we would return to the City Council at a future meeting with municipal code changes for review and approval. And the ask again today is that you provide feedback and direction on those items that we're requesting.
All right, any questions? Preguntas? Thank you, Kim. Tony says that because we're behind schedule, we have to power through the break. Or maybe we should take a break. All right. So we are taking a break. Try to keep it to 20 minutes or 10. And we'll see you in a few. All right, everybody. Up next is Donna Finch or Jason Lass. I don't know which one. Donna Finch, Community Service Directors, will provide a presentation on Enhanced Community Events Phase 2.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good morning, members of the council. So the Community Services Department is really excited to be here with you today to present some updates on our Special Events Enhanced Community Calendar. Last year, if the council can recall, you gave us direction to go big on special events. And we had a projected 3-year timeline to phase in our recommendations for going big. So we have some exciting updates that we are going to share to recap what we did over this past fiscal year, 24, and then what we have planned for fiscal year 25. And then Mr. Lass is going to present those two pieces, and I will take over to present the fiscal year 26 and beyond, and some ideas and direction that we're seeking from the council for those years. So I will go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Lass to get us started.
All right, good morning. How's everyone doing? All right, Jason Lass, Recreation Services Manager, and it is my pleasure to be here before you today just to provide an update, like Ms. Finch said, on our enhanced community events, year 1, going into year 2, and then beyond there. The ask before you is very simple. We are just asking for feedback on year 2, fiscal year 25 of our community events and our potential enhancements for year 3, which will fall under fiscal year 26. A little background. Special events falls under Strategic Plan Goal 5, which is sense of place. I think there's no denying the experiences, the activities, the traditions we create really foster memories, that sense of place, and really what makes living here in Corona feel like home. To make these events possible, we have a special events team that was established in fiscal year 22. Our current team consists of 2 full-time staff. We also have a part-time assistant recreation coordinator, and then we have an army of part-time that are activated to help us deploy when it comes to the big event days themselves. Our primary responsibilities include planning our city signature events. We administer the co-sponsorship program, so we're working with about 20-something different nonprofit groups in organizing their events. We also help issue the special event permits, so we help our residents and our groups navigate the process through whatever channels to make their events possible, and of course help our city departments as needed to ensure that we have that nice special event polish in all that we do. In November of 22, City Council provided us a little bit of direction to go big and look at phasing and increasing and enhancing our events over the next 3 years. So year 1 was our first year of Go Big, and it kicked off in a major way with our new summer street fair. So we combined our former summer concerts on the green, our night market experience that came out of the pandemic there, to really provide a downtown experience. We shut down 6th Street, we activated the front of the historic Civic Center, we encouraged residents to come out and participate, all kinds of great vendors and food, and we ended up with thousands of people in attendance, which is just amazing. We also launched our historic Civic Center Centennial Celebration. So we celebrated the theater and its 100-year anniversary this past September with a big kickoff event. We also subsidized some of our programming with an enhanced schedule. So we have our existing community performance groups, but we also snuck in some little fun things in there, some comedy events, magic shows. We're going to have some speakers, all kinds of great things that are going to take us through the year. We also worked with the Corona Historic Preservation Society for docent-led tours, and then we're going to be doing a big community showcase at September to kind of round out our centennial year there. And all of this was with the intention of getting residents out to see this landmark, to explore, to interact with it, and really identify with it as part of their unique heritage. Of course, there's nothing bigger than our 4th of July Independence Day celebration. We have about 30,000 people that come out for that. That kicks off with our Main Street USA Independence Day Parade. Tons of different entries from our community on display there, musical, vehicles, community groups, just beautiful, high spirits. It really takes you back home. Party continues there at Santana Park with food, festival, music, and then of course that beautiful 22-minute firework display that round out the night there. Hollow Weekend is my favorite event. We have an amazing experience. It's really partner-driven, but we activate with a festival on a Saturday there to kick off spooky season. We have trick-or-treating for kids. We have all kinds of interactive elements. We do a family movie on the lawn there. And of course, we also work with our partners at OBC to do a creepy character experience and do some really fun meet and greet opportunities. And then our bookend to the 4th of July is really the holiday lighting celebration. So this is live stage entertainment, food, vendors, artisan markets, snow play, so many different things. It's about the community, it's about the spirit of the season. And I think when you see the Historic Civic Center lit up like it is in that picture there, there's no denying that you are home.
Jason, before you move on really quick, do you have any numbers on, I mean, this is our first year of Go Big. Do we have numbers on how we're measuring? We went big. Did the community respond to us being big?
Yes, absolutely. I think with all the enhancements that we do, we continue to see increased participation. We're also willing to adapt and change or even sunset some of the experiences that might not be as performing as well. So with the concerts, we definitely did see a return. Where we were in the hundreds, now we're in the thousands in terms of participation.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be great to, when we do this, or the report again, or when we report back on this, to show, the return on going big and how many more people. It'd be really great to, I mean, I don't know how you do this, but great to see if we're getting people for maybe the next time there's a concert, people raise their hand and say they're there for the first time. It'd be good to get at least some anecdotal data.
Yeah, I think we can do some of that. And I think especially with the Historic Civic Center, what we saw is, I've never been here before. Tell me what this is about. So we definitely want to encourage more and more residents to get out and be a part of all the experiences that we have to offer. And we definitely want to track return on investment.
I know for the tours, we started off slow, but we had to cut off the numbers because we had too many people that came the second time. So we're looking forward to the third time, and maybe if there's even more, we'll adjust and see if we can add a couple more. But people are really excited about getting a chance to view different parts of the building they've never seen before. So it was really cool.
Yeah, it's been a real success for us. For our next year, year 2 of Go Big, we have some new items as well as some enhancements that we want to kind of talk to you about. First is this summer, as soon as this summer, we're ready to roll out a Movies in the Park program. And what I'm really excited about this is we're going to take the show on the road. So we're not necessarily just doing the Civic Center. We're going to go out and engage our neighborhood parks, take it on tour. We're going to have all kinds of great family-friendly films that we'll be screening. And that'll coincide with the school break there. So you can go to your favorite local park and have a beautiful summer evening there with a dazzling show underneath that beautiful blanket of stars. So I think that's a program we've long been missing, and I think it's a great way to engage our local neighborhood parks as well as encourage our residents to get out and kind of know their neighbor. We want to expand the street fair. Our participation was really great our first year of offering that. We definitely saw that increase from the Concerts on the Green program. Just more and more attendance, especially as the word got out and people kind of, this happens every Thursday, I'll be back next week. So next year, what do we want to do with that? Well, we want more. We want more vendors. We want more things to do. We want more entertainment. We want more variety. And of course, more participation. So I think we're on the right track for that. We would like to add a 5th night there just to increase the variety of the offerings and expand that program so more people can be a part of it. 5 concerts. For Hollow Weekend, that's an event we do want to mix things up a little bit on. So that's one of my favorite events, but I think it's also kind of tucked away and folks don't necessarily see it. We also have the Veterans Memorial Project going on that might impact some of our footprint. So we would like to move that out to the 6th Street there, put it on the lawn, make that more accessible to the residents so they can kind of see what's happening. It gives us a little bit more space to spread out too, mix it up a little bit. So we'll maybe take that family-friendly movie and do maybe more like a classic film in the Historic Civic Center, replace with some stage entertainment, some fun offerings that you can see and participate in. And then we finally found a solution to doing a haunted house that doesn't involve, crazy permitting or damage to any of our facilities, utilizing inflatable technologies. And I assure you, this looks really cool. And then for our holiday lighting, yes, sir.
I'm sorry. This is kind of a serious question, and I know it'll sound weird, but can we use the old PD building for a haunted house?
Yeah, we also thought of that as being no preparation required. It's ready to go now. Turnkey haunted house, but no, there's a lot of problems with doing that. So.
Sounds like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, great minds think alike. That was definitely in my wheelhouse as well. So for holiday lighting, so advancing to the holidays there. So we just want to continue to put a little bit more polish on this event. I think what we want to do is make sure that our tree is really the center there and have a 30-foot professionally decorated tree that will be a little bit sustainable in a different way and have more return on investment there. We want to make sure we have funds to secure the holiday train ride, so we don't necessarily have to rely on our community partners, although we are always welcome to community partners. And then with the old PD going away, what are we going to do to utilize and fill out that space more? So some of the things we're currently looking at are maybe having a temporary ice skating rink, or even looking at some of this drone show technology as a safe place to kind of experiment with the new technology in a holiday lighting situation. And of course, one thing we heard last year was this, it'd be nice to have more places to sit. There's a lot of community performances, a lot of families that are out there, mixed generations, just more seating so folks can enjoy their food, and then maybe some warming opportunities, some heat lamps, maybe a hot cocoa station, things where we can encourage people to enjoy their stay a little longer. Spring is a place where in our calendar we have a kind of a deficit in events. So what we've been trying to do is scratch our heads and put together an idea that would work really well. One of the kind of conversations that came back was really hearkening back to like those traditional civic events, your Founders Day, your All Cities picnic. We did the Lemon Festival for years. Those time-honored traditions that bring people together. Cherishing our past and planning for our future, right? We also want to kind of expand and embrace and encourage all of our residents to be out there. So we're kind of thinking it would be really neat if we could do a community or cultural spin on that. Invite many of our cultural groups out, have colorful displays of costume, artistry, stage, really open up that international street festival kind of feel with all kinds of great food, maybe some beer and wine. And then round out the evening with a headline concert performance that encourages everyone to join as one in celebration. I think that would really round out our signature event series there, and I think a lot of the community groups would love participating, and I think that would be something as a full day experience people would come out for and enjoy. And then last, we are working with communications to really develop our community events calendar, make that more interactive, make it a little bit more visual, maybe add reminders and things like that. As the technology allows. But I think the take home from that is we want to remind residents that there's pretty much an event happening every weekend here in Corona, and there's always something fun going on. Oh, and sorry, one more last one. Special events. So we do a lot of marketing with social media, digital technologies, all that. I think we need to go a little bit more old school as we continue to get the word out. A lot of folks say, like, man, I didn't know that was happening until after it has happened. So let's go old school, let's invest a little bit more in print. Let's get some of those great concert posters, get more of those out where people can see them, while you're standing in line at Starbucks on that community bulletin board there. Getting vinyl binders that are available and viewable from our buildings, pop-up displays that encourage participation.
Have we ever partnered with the school with their program? I know they have a bunch of electronic ways that they get things out to parents. Is there a way for us to partner with them? I think it's called Peachtree or...
Yeah, absolutely. The Peach Jar. I could tell you as a parent, though, like I've had...
Too much? I mean, my kids have been out of school for a very long time, so I have no idea.
Yeah, where we've actually had a lot of success is with our participation database. We do a lot of survey work in this community. We collect a lot of email addresses. We have a great inner circle. We also do kind of forced and targeted marketing to the participants. So like a lot of our families, like for Kids Club, we'll let them know about all the summer happenings that they can do and participate in. And we've had pretty good return on that. We just haven't had that traditional school experience where they used to send home the flyers. So that went by way of Peach Jar. And I could tell you as a parent, like I don't always open those emails either.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah, I used to tell my kids I wanted it pinned to their foreheads because I never knew what the hell was going on.
Yeah, well, it was so much fun back in the day. Like, we just run tons of flyers, and you had to make, all these little stacks, for each classroom and how many went in them and all that. Right. So, some things we lose, unfortunately. All right, so my ask before you today for year 2 of 3 for our community events calendar is $140,000, and what you're going to get for that is we will be able to introduce that Movies in the Park, and that's actually going to be this summer. So right off the bat, we'll be able to execute that. We're staging that behind the scenes as we speak. We will be able to expand to a 5th night for the concert series. Yes, with the full band there, the full experience, and of course, more and more vendors and activities and fun stuff happening. We do want to expand the Halloween event, make that more of a street style event, make that more visual, as well as introduce that haunted house element. Holiday lighting, we're getting a little bit more experimental there, but we definitely just want to continue to increase the quality of that overall experience, the magical feeling of the holidays there, the lights, and just really making that memory that everyone looks forward to experiencing each year. We will roll out the new spring event. We don't really quite have the name for that. We're really fine-tuning it, but I think we have the community partners. I think we all love good food, and I think entertainment and these types of experiences just bring people together. To support these events, we do want to request an additional part-time assistant recreation coordinator. That's just 20 hours of additional support. This year we have found ourselves in a unique situation where there's so many things going on, we can't be in more than one place at the same time. So we just want to have a little bit more boots on the ground so we can help out, especially with some of those college sponsorship groups, to make sure that they have the support through the process there.
Hey, Jason, before you switch, the holiday train, is that something that we're going to be outsourcing from somebody, or do we have somebody that's willing to volunteer their train that they use at Dos Lagos? I mean, did I say that out loud?
So both. In the past, we've had it donated by the Corona Parks Foundation. This past year, unfortunately, the vendor kind of fell through last minute. And it's a little bit difficult for us to kind of secure these kind of contracts. So we just want to have a backup option so that way we can always work with partners. So we work a lot with like Monster Energy and different folks to bring in enhancements to events. But if for any reason those fall through, we just want to make sure we have the line item there that will support the backup plan or solution.
Yeah, I was just thinking if that does work that way, I think that the guys at Dos Lagos are pretty open to team with us in a bunch of different ways, and they do have a train that they regularly take around their facility. Just be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Mr. Lass, have we explored expanding the beverages from not just beer and wine, but to cocktail trucks, things along those natures?
I think it's just a matter of space, and then also what our CMC allows. So right now it's primarily beer and wine. I think as we get to more defined event space, also even with the community canvas, if that's something that can be combined, there is ABC license that permit it. They're just at a different cost level, as well as it will affect your insurance as. So, if that's a critical element, if there's money for it, it is possible.
Okay. That was the only question that I had. Thank you. Oh, but also, when you guys are printing up your signs or whatever, I'm going to volunteer myself and probably everybody else up here. I'm happy to walk and put signs up in local businesses so that we could help get the word out as well. So sign me up.
I would love any support we get. We usually get a big batch of those at our office. We have a lot of community partners that we reach out to, like yourself, who are willing to do that. So we'll put you on our list there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Jason, can I ask you a question? Have you guys played with the idea of closing down Grand Boulevard for like a car cruise?
Oh, we have some concepts there, but I'll wait for that as part of Donna's presentation. Yeah, don't steal Donna's thunder.
I apologize. I didn't know. All right, thank you.
All right, so this is just the year 2 of where we're going there. So with that said, I will go ahead and introduce Ms. Finch.
All right, so I get to talk about what we have planned for year 3 and beyond. And as part of the council's direction to really go big with special events, our department has been brainstorming some really big ideas that we want to kind of introduce to you today, still in concept form, very preliminary, but we have some great ideas that we are looking to pursue over the next few years. So the first one is really going out and identifying and pursuing and attracting some outside event promoters that can provide some of these large-scale festival-style events here in the city of Corona. A lot of those really center around some type of sponsorship opportunity. It could be either monetary, in-kind, both. But this is something as we start to especially move forward with the design of City Park and get closer to having that new facility constructed, the community canvas built, that's going to provide that venue and opportunity to do a lot of those large-scale events. It's something that has been a challenge for us in the past as we've started to consider identifying outside promoters, finding the real good space for them to have those types of events. So as we get closer to moving forward with opening City Park and having the community canvas built, we want to make sure that we have those promoters and those partners lined up so we can have that space programmed and ready to go once that facility is open. So that's one of the things moving into fiscal year 26, year 3, that we are going to start heavily pursuing and exploring. The next one, moving ahead to the mayor's comment, is the exploration of a Grand Boulevard Circle event. So this could be anything from not necessarily a road race, that could still be a little too challenging from a safety concern, but we could do some other type of race.
Not a race, but there's the 2013 celebration. They had cars that went around, and it was cars from the day. But then all these old cars showed up, and they wanted to do it too. And so, not a race, but just a cruise.
Well, that's definitely something we can consider. Right now, what we are looking at specifically is more along the lines of like a 5K, a cycling, more athletic style events, maybe even an open streets, ciclovia style event. But we can definitely look at opportunities to even branch out a little bit further and incorporate some kind of classic car cruise. I appreciate the suggestion, and we can add that to our list as we start the exploration process. But I do want to note this is still very, very preliminary. Don't want anybody to get excited yet, but we are starting the conversations with our departments. It's going to require, of course, a lot of coordination, a lot of planning to really identify what the logistics are, what the cost is. But we are definitely going to be moving forward with identifying what the feasibility is for us.
I know the Parks Foundation at one point was talking about maybe utilizing Skyline for a 5K, 10K, and half, because if you have places to run, and then there's lots of places to run up there. But I don't know if they're really interested in pursuing that much more. But there are a bunch of running clubs, I think, that were also asking about it as well, or saying, hey, is this something the city would support? And at that point, we had so many other things going on that it was kind of like, not right now. But as we explore, and beyond, I think that would be something to kind of highlight our city of trails, and it would not have a lot of closures. It would because it would be, frankly, on a road that's meant for that. So just an idea.
So we can explore that, absolutely. And then the last one that I wanted to highlight, and one that we are actually looking for some direction from the council on, is an Independence Day weekend event. So this would be a 2-day weekend festival the weekend prior to July 4th, and then we would continue to have our regular Independence Day parade on the 4th. So I do have a slide dedicated to this, and I want to provide a little bit of context as to why we're proposing this. And the reason is really twofold. The first is, obviously, it's part of our idea and our pursuit to go big and to create larger scale events. So moving this to more of a weekend, 2-day festival style, where we have the multiple concerts, food trucks, vendors, potentially some kind of carnival games and rides that would provide that full weekend festival experience that we would love to see here in Corona. But another reason, and kind of one of the major drivers for this, is increasing challenges that we've had over the last several years with securing a firework vendor on the 4th of July. So right now there are only 3 vendors that are licensed to do fireworks shows in Southern California, and only 2 of those that we actually can work with based off of some past history we had with the 3rd. So we have noticed in the past several years that the vendors are waiting longer and longer to sign their contracts to actually commit to doing the show. And our concern is that if we continue with this format, we could run the risk of having no fireworks show at all on the 4th. So part of this idea, moving to the weekend prior, it really cuts down on the demand for having a vendor on the 4th and having an operator on the 4th. We still, we are pretty confident that we can have a fireworks show if we do it the weekend prior, because again, the demand isn't as high as it is on the actual 4th of July. And then we can also incorporate some of those other elements that we mentioned to make it more of a festival style event, where maybe on the first night we do a drone show, the second night we do a fireworks show. So there's a lot of possibilities to really take this and explore it, but we just wanted to get some direction from the council on what your thoughts are and ideas are for doing that. And then of course we would maintain the parade on actual 4th of July.
I think the most feedback that I ever got on council, besides, a traffic issue or the homeless thing, was when we were talking about, or when the 4th of July date got moved, people lost their minds. And if we're talking about switching it to, a prior weekend, this will be a tough one for people to swallow, not understanding that there are only, 2 vendors. I don't know how we message that, but that's going to be a really tough one. I don't know what the solution is, but I know our residents are going to be pissed, and I'm not sure that we will get a great turnout the weekend before.
Would it be for this year or next year?
It would be for next year. So we already have our vendor thankfully secured for this year. They signed their contract a few weeks ago, so we are ready to go for this year. So this would be for 4th of July 2025.
Is the option available to just do a drone show only and not fireworks on the 4th of July?
We could do a drone show around the same price point of what we're paying for our fireworks show. For about $30,000, we get a 20-minute show with fireworks. For a drone show, it would be an 8-minute show. We've seen some videos of the number of drones that we could get in this price point, and it is a little uneventful. So if we expanded the budget and went to a larger budget, we could get more drones, but again, the length of the show would be much lower. And a lot of times we see for cities that have done drone shows, it's usually as a enhancement to the fireworks show or an introduction to the fireworks show, but a complete replacement would not be as impactful as a full fireworks show.
Okay, thank you.
I seem to, my memory tells me that the biggest challenge was having the parade on the 4th. And why aren't we doing it on the 4th? And I think when I run that through the filter of like Eastvale does theirs, I think 2 weeks before the 4th of July, for exactly that reason, is harder to secure firework vendors. Sorry. Yeah, and they don't have that problem because they're 2 weeks before, and those vendors get that show, and then they get to go work on the 4th of July. So I do see this compromise of having the parade on the 4th still, and then the weekend before having some sort of festival as being a decent compromise. I think Wes is right. People are going to be upset about it, but I think that they would be much more upset if we said, can't get anybody to do fireworks. And I think that although I've seen one of the drone shows, it's not the same anywhere near. They're very cool, but I think people like the fireworks. And I'll be 100% transparent here. I grew up 2 blocks from Disneyland, so I saw fireworks every night my entire life, of which I judge every fireworks show against, which is not fair. But I love our fireworks show. And generally speaking, I don't like fireworks because I've dealt with them my entire life. So I love our fireworks show. To me, I don't know if it's that important that it's on the actual 4th. I think the parade is the most important thing.
5,000 people go to the parade, 35,000 people go to the fireworks.
I think that they still would. Maybe if it was the weekend before. I don't know. I mean, this is one of those issues these decisions that we're going to have to make where it's like, are we running into the point of not getting a firework vendor because there's more demand than there are vendors? And some of them don't have all their fingers, so they can only push so many buttons. So I like this. I like the compromise. It's going to be a controversial decision at some point, and that's okay. I also would say, can you go bigger? I love what you guys are working on, and I think it's going to be awesome. And And I know that you guys are pushing yourself, but man, I'm going to push even harder. I'd love for you guys to go bigger. I think that there's some pretty cool ideas that are rattling around up there. So, yeah. Or fireworks shooting at drones. That would be kind of fun.
Thank you, Donna. No, I remember kind of what Wes remembers too, with just, we moved it one day and just the amount of drama that created. To me, it was ridiculous, but it was still there and annoying. But how much time in advance would we need to determine in 2025 if we're going to do a fireworks show or a festival?
So if the council gave us direction to start exploring this option, we could probably come back in about 3-ish months with a proposal of what the logistics and the cost could look like for the weekend festival. And then at that point, if the council could give us final direction on whether we move forward with the weekend festival or try to keep the show on the 4th, that would fit within our timeline to get everything coordinated.
The reason I ask is you say now that there's only 2 options for vendors, but a year from now, could there be 3 or 4 or 5? Could something change in the industry to where all of a sudden people are going to start getting into this business because they know they can make some real money? So I would just be a little bit reluctant to make a decision on it today, like this is absolutely what we're going to do in 2025, because things may change in the next year. So I'd like to wait, as long as we reasonably can, to where we could still pull something off different in 2025 than what we're normally used to doing, and give staff enough time to prepare. But I just feel like it's a little premature to go down a solid path. That's just my thoughts.
All right, Donna, DK, or Jacob.
So I just wanted to circle back because the reason that we brought this one to you is because we know that there's a lot of emotion around that. Our fear is that we plan on fireworks on the 4th, which of course is the ideal. That's what we all want. And we can't get a vendor, and particularly, or a vendor doesn't sign until very, very late. And the next thing you know, we have a concert in the park only. So we want to know, would council like us to assume the risk and keep it on the 4th, or would you like us to go down exploring this other road? I'm not quite sure from what I've heard what the feedback was on this one. I feel like we had sort of 3 different thoughts.
I think you can do both. So for 2025, 4th of July is on a Friday. So you try to lock in the vendor on that Friday, and then your backup plan is to lock them in on the 5th, which is the next day.
So we can look at all of those things, and we are, and to Councilmember Steiner's point, if the market changed and we got more people, we'd love that. No one wants to change the date. We are simply looking at an increasing likelihood of having a epic fail. I believe it happened in Riverside.
City of Riverside, about, I think, 4 years ago, their firework vendor did not show up the day of, and they had tens of thousands of people coming out to the city with no show.
Yeah, and that creates a different fireworks show. And so it's really just that we want to avoid that, and we wanted to gauge, assume the risk, like we're not changing the date because this is too important and we know that we'll get a lot of pushback, or you know what, we'd rather pivot to something new and try that out.
Jacob, I think you can mitigate the risk. So the direction is the 4th is sacred, right? If you can line up the guy for the 4th, then do it. If they come back and say, we're not doing it on the 4th, then you try to set them up for the 5th. And at that point, it becomes an honest conversation with the citizens saying, we couldn't get someone for the 4th. We have to do the 5th.
Okay, so then I think really the only issue that we'll work with, and we can circle back in a couple of months, we don't have to make the final decision right now, as Donna said, is we just need to make sure that we get that feedback from the vendor with enough time that we are able to pivot, because these don't come together quickly. There are so many moving pieces to these big community events that we have to be able to plan for that well in advance. But that's useful feedback. So if I'm hearing correctly,
That's why I'm reluctant to have it on 2 separate weekends, because I think it'll be double the work for staff, double the work, double the closures, double all, because there are closures that are associated with the parade, and there's closures that are associated with anything at the park. So if you have anything on 2 separate days, it's going to be double the expense. No,
I don't think we have double. It doesn't double it up. it's really about being able to plan ahead and know, are we going to put all our eggs in one basket and hope that it works and maybe not and deal with that? Or should we preemptively plan something so that we can be prepared for that? And we are happy to take whatever direction you want. We did not want to make this decision in a vacuum without bringing all of you into that to give us that direction.
I wouldn't gamble. So if you gamble and say, and put it out there, it's Friday only, right? Then you could lose.
How about we avoid hope and gambling, and we try and either find ways to incentivize people to incentivize a vendor to sign with us early, whether that's a bonus or some kind of performance, and or if there's a clause in our contract that shows that if they don't perform, that that they don't get paid. We have some clause in there that
they're not going to sign it. So what I'm going to guess this is
I'm
what
saying,
you're going to say.
give them more money then.
That's not what they're going to do. These guys are waiting longer and longer to sign contracts, right? Because they are waiting to get the proposals that come in the highest. Is that right?
So what they're waiting to get is an operator secured. So you've got the vendor, the firework vendor, but then they have operators that they work with, and the pool of operators is limited. So we went out and did the bid process. We got the firework vendor secured, but they could not secure their operator, and they waited 6 months, I think, to sign their contract until they had an operator lined up for the day of the 4th.
Okay.
The problem there is that by the time they're signing, you've left everyone here in a panic to try to put together an event that may or may not happen.
I just want to add too that we also tried running a multi-year agreement so that we can lock it in for an extended period of time. We can do the cost analysis and do the amendments as needed to make sure we have the prevailing wage and the appropriate cost for increasing supplies and materials. And my first year here in 2019 too, we had the very real situation of this same vendor that we are currently working with now did break up with us essentially 3 months before our event, which put us in kind of a tailspin, and we had to find another operator that was unsuccessful. So again, it's just the real threat of there's only about 2 vendors left. It seems like it's less and less, especially with the operators. And the 4th of July just being such a key day, it's really hard to compete. So, what is our wiggle room? What are our parameters? And I'm hearing some great feedback, multi-day events, moving it a day over. It sounds like we definitely want fireworks in some capacity.
And to put a finer point on it, what I'm hearing from you is you want us to keep pushing to keep the fireworks on the 4th. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we need for now. Yeah, and thank you.
Head on down to 4th Street. You'll find plenty of operators down there.
Jacob, can we utilize a survey for this and get some real-time feedback and say, well, under the new guys, and say, listen, it's hard to find operators, and it's a concern for the city that we may not have on the 4th of July, because every other city wants it also on the 4th of July, and there's only so many people to do this. If we could guarantee fireworks a week in advance or the weekend before, and on the 4th of July we still have the parade, what are your thoughts on that? Because I don't think any of us want to not have fireworks. I think we're all in agreement in that. But I also understand that it would be difficult if somebody says, I'll give you $20,000 more or $60,000 more, and it might end up coming to that. So I'd love to see a survey that we could probably put online fairly quickly and relatively inexpensive and say, hey, if we were to move it the weekend before or the weekend after, or 4th of July is a moving target anyway, but it's always the weekend before or the weekend after, whatever you guys decide to choose, but the parade is always on the 4th. How do you feel about that? Strong dislike or strong it's okay, that type of thing. I'd love to hear from the community, because we're going to hear from one way or the other.
Yeah, we can certainly do a survey if council wants us to, and it's getting so simple now, Councilmember Daddario. All you need to do is get one other person to nod their head with you, and we've got simplified decision making now for the rest of the afternoon. So, sounds like I see a second nod. So we can survey the community. I think it's a great way to try to gauge the sense of outrage or lack thereof, depending on what the community feels about it. Thanks for the suggestion.
All right, DK, you're good.
Thank you.
Okay. Revenue. Oh. Well, we're thoroughly behind schedule. All right. Miss Sylvia, if you're back there, do we have any speakers for the revenue item?
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards.
There's a shocker. Okay, Julie Kinnicutt, Budget Manager Extraordinaire, will provide a presentation on fiscal year revenue projections.
Employee of the Year, not just extraordinaire, but Employee of the Year.
We got royalty here.
Yeah, EOW or EOY. Is there a pin that comes with that or a tiara?
I have a
sash?
plaque in my office.
Sash. There you go. Sash. Can I get another vote for that?
Yeah, sash. 100%.
Operational item.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. We are going to go over the preliminary revenue estimates for fiscal year 25. We will cover the general fund, special revenue funds, mostly road-related, so RMRA, gas tax, and Measure A. And then we will move on to enterprise funds, which is going to be utilities for water, sewer, and electric. And then we will end with a total of all funds. As a note, these estimates are subject to change through the remainder of the budget process as new information becomes available. Starting off with the general fund, for next year, the total inflows, which is a combination of both revenue and transfers in, is estimated to be $226.3 million. That is an increase of $4.7 million or 2.1% when compared to the current fiscal year. I'm sure everybody's eye is drawn to fiscal year 2022 actuals, and that spike is due to those pension obligation bonds that we issued. This will skew the comparisons for a couple more years until 2022 falls off in the fiscal year 2027 budget process. Now we are looking at the 5 largest revenue categories that are in the general fund. Those 5 are sales tax, property taxes, other taxes, current services, and other revenues. Sales tax is about 45% of general fund revenues, and property tax is about 27.9% of the general fund revenues. Just those 2 alone account for 73%, and as you can see, the top 5 make up 90.9% of the general fund inflows. Taking a look at sales tax, you can see that Measure X is broken out in the chart, but as a whole, the estimate for next fiscal year is about $101.3 million, which is an increase of $2.4 million or 2.5% from the current fiscal year. Next up is property taxes. They are estimated to come in at 62.
Can we go back to the last slide really quick? I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
So fiscal year actuals for Measure X, 44.5 million. The estimate for 2025 is less, 44.1.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. So we're going to be spending more and getting less. Got it. Check.
Next up is property taxes. They are estimated to come in at $62.9 million next fiscal year. The 2 largest categories are secured property tax coming in at $36.1 million and vehicle license property tax coming in at $18.3 million. Property taxes represent about 27.9% of the general fund inflows. This slide is looking at some of the history of property taxes. You can see how it has grown year over year. The current fiscal year estimate is an increase of $46,955 or 0.1% over the fiscal year 2023 actuals. The current fiscal year delinquency rate is at 3%. A couple years ago, we had to increase it to 5% due to the state of emergency that was put in place. Next year, the estimate is about 3.1 increase as compared to the current fiscal year estimate. And again, the delinquency rate is at 3%, which returns us to that pre-pandemic rate. The other taxes group includes transient occupancy tax, franchise fees, business license taxes, and the newly approved cannabis taxes. This is about 7.7% of the general fund inflows, and the total estimate is $17.4 million for next fiscal year. Now taking a look at other revenues, it is coming in at a $10.9 million estimate for next fiscal year, which equals about 4.8% of those general fund inflows. Most of this comes from different rents and leases, special district reimbursements, billboard revenues, PEG fees that we receive from cable companies, some development agreements, and then some donations are in this group as well. Moving on to current services, this makes up about 5.4% of general fund inflows and is estimated at $12.2 million. We have fire, which includes service agreements, EMS subscriptions, hazardous material services, paramedic program, among many others. The plan check fees are also in this category. For recreation, it includes recreation programs like Kids Club, contract classes, facility rentals, and passport processing fees. And for police, it includes agreements with Corona Norco Unified School District, false alarms, and fees for the animal shelter.
See why Vice Mayor Steiner left, because cannabis is only 47,000. He's got to get busy. That's what it says.
This one is the pre-side of the cannabis. So this is not the cannabis tax that we collect. This is them
just
going
the
through the business
fees.
process.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
When do we get our first look at the cannabis tax?
So right now on, I'm not sure what page it is, but we did go over it. So go a couple of previous slides. When you see other taxes, you can see that cannabis tax current fiscal year estimate is 2.8 million, and then fiscal year 25 is estimated at 4 million. We still don't have the total amount of businesses in business, so it can still increase as well.
I have a sneaky suspicion that we may never get to 12 just because the market will be saturated. So I guess and then I think we may have lost 2 that closed. So I don't know that we're ever going to have fully 12 up and running that are thriving. I think that, and that's fine. I think that number may change, but I would like to know when we will get the full picture of the ones that are open and operating, what that really looks like, so that we can have a better understanding.
So we work closely with planning and development and Ms. Coletta's group to find out what stages they're in the process, and that is how we try to estimate the revenues for that current fiscal year.
And ultimately, you'll know after a year or two of collecting sales tax. That's when you're really going to know. Is give yourself 2-3 years of trending points, and then you're going to know about what that's going to look like.
Okay, taking a look at the total general fund. On the left, under the green header, it shows where we were at when we adopted the budget, the current estimates, and what those changes look like. You can see the change is $7.9 million, or 3.7%. Over on the right side, it shows the estimates for fiscal year 2025. It's about a 2.1 increase over the current year estimates, and we are seeing a couple of increases and decreases throughout those several categories. Moving on to special revenue funds. The RMRA funds are collected from fuel sales at the pump when you are filling up your vehicles. You can see this has been consistent throughout the years since it began in 2018, averaging right around $3.5 million. For fiscal year 2025, we are seeing a slight decrease, just under $60,000. And these funds can be used for capital projects related to roads. Gas tax is similar to the RMRA fund and how it's collected. However, this one can be used on capital projects and some operating costs as well. The fiscal year 2025 estimate is $4.8 million, which is about 2.2% more than the current fiscal year. The last one is Measure A, and this is the 0.5% sales tax that is collected in Riverside County and given to us by RCTC. You can see the fiscal year 2025 estimates increased about $200,000 from the current year estimate, and these funds can be used for capital projects related to roads in the city. Moving on to the enterprise funds, this is a chart of each of those which fall under the water, sewer, and electric funds. We will start off with the water funds. This is a combination of all water funds, water grants, water utility, reclaimed water, and water capacity. The representation on the chart chart shows a decrease of $7.9 million or 9.8% compared to the current fiscal year estimates. This is largely because there are no water grants budgeted in the next fiscal year, and that is because those are often one-time in nature. Also, just to note, water capacity is based on development, so as building fluctuates, the water capacity amount will increase or decrease. This one is taking a look specifically at water utility, mainly the operations of the function. The estimate for next year is $62.7 million. Primarily, that comes from utility service charges, and there are some other items that weigh in on this and are shown on the table on the left. Moving on to sewer funds.
Sorry, really quick before
Yes,
you
sir.
go back to the water utility, that 93.1%, how much of that, I mean, it's probably not a question you can answer right now, and maybe Tom probably knows because I can already tell he's thinking. Of that 93%, how much of that is actual water usage versus ready to serve revenue-wise?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. Yeah, I'd have to look at what's
Just
the
curious.
actual commodity charge versus readiness to serve charge.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about just the revenue side, just curious about what that, because I know that there's going to be pushes, regulatory pushes to lower usage and by an increase, and people are going to continue to shrink their usage and how that impacts our revenues.
I will say that our fixed charge or our usage is about 34, or our fixed charge is about 34% of our overall rate. So 34, I believe it's about 34% of our charges overall are fixed. So when you're looking at our rates overall, that's about the breakdown, I believe, off the top of my head, if I recall.
Okay, moving on to sewer funds. These are estimated at $36.6 million, which is about $800,000 more than the current fiscal year estimate. And this is made up of sewer grants, sewer utility, and sewer capacity funds. Taking a specific look at the sewer utility, which is primarily the operations account, 92.6% of this fund is related to utility service charges, and similar to the water utility fund, some contributions are investment earnings, fines, penalties, and forfeitures, current services, and other revenues. The electric utility fund, the estimates for fiscal year 2025 is $20.4 million. Then taking a look at total of all funds and rolling all of that information together, the estimate at the moment is $450.4 million. The breakdown of the funds are shown in the pie chart and on the left. As mentioned before, these numbers will change a little bit throughout the process as we work through the annual levy process and other small adjustments. And then taking a look at how all of this relates, looking under the green header at the adopted budget versus where we think we will end at the end of this fiscal year, there's a $2.4 million increase or 0.6%. And then over to the right, the estimates for fiscal year 2025 is showing an increase of $8.8 million or 2%. And with that, I would like to take any questions you may have.
Tony? All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Julie Kennicott, Employee of the Year. And I think you're getting a sash. Okay, expenses. Oh, no. I guess we're, with Tony's permission, we'll eat lunch. And we are adjourned. You guys want to say 5 after 12? All right, there you go. All right, everybody. If you can take your seat, I really shouldn't be the one that gives this lecture. I'm usually the one breaking the rules. Okay. The rebel still hasn't sitting down. All right, up next is expenses. Master Sergeant Sylvia, are there any speaker cards for this item?
Mayor, we do not have any speakers for this item.
Okay. Our presentation is going to be the Real-Time Information Center by Captain Raider Ralston, and we'll go from there.
Did not bring the dog.
Sorry, I know. I get in trouble every time I come here without him. No, it's great. The more he can take away from this, the better. Yeah. Thanks for having me. He sends his best from home. He's off today. We can negotiate his contract later. So yeah, this is in follow-up to our earlier presentation that we did with Mr. Edgeworth in October for the camera master plan. So I believe it was nicknamed option 3C, where it would include a real-time information center that would be housed in the police department. The mission here for our center would be to use technologies to the best of our ability, and what we like to say is we would have a more proactive pulse on the technology as opposed to just throwing resources at problems. So we would use all these technologies with the camera systems that would be coming, along with our analysts and post-analytic software to reduce our response times and combat crime. Current procedures is that we use our camera assets. We view them. Most of it is post-analytic. We don't have anybody assigned to them full-time right now. And most of the work is sent to the communication center or our dispatch center, where they have to look at these things on the request of an officer and deploy resources after the fact. The information sharing may go through our detective bureau and is shared kind of archaically with cell phone systems, emails, and it's not really real-time information. We determine where we need to deploy resources, and we just kind of throw officers on the problem and saturate the area. That's our current deployment. What we'd like to do is have a little bit more intelligence-based policing. So part of our strategic plan, our department's strategic plan, was to improve our emergency response times, decrease crime, improve closure rates, utilize technology, provide growth opportunities for our professional staff, and improve community collaboration. We feel that the Real-Time Information Center would knock all of those. So some successes. When we started to research this, we wanted to look elsewhere. It's a relatively newer idea in the country, so we were saying, what are other people doing, and is there a success with some of these centers that have been built? So we looked at Tulsa, Oklahoma. Their staffing was down, which is also a common theme in the country. They were down about 150 officers, so they were using real-time information to deploy to crimes, and they were happy to announce that they had a 100% solve rate in 23 for homicides. They also broke up a in-progress domestic violence hostage situation where they used their real-time information center to track the vehicle, rescue the hostage, and make the arrest. And as a part of that arrest, uncovered a large fraud ring. Elk Grove, which is the closest one to all of us, Sacramento area, very successful center there. They reported in their annual report that they had a 26% reduction in violent crime, 15% reduction in property crime, and calls to dispatch were reduced by 5%, which I'm sure Captain Mercado can attest to. Our center is very busy with calls. And then Scottsdale, Arizona, they had a 1.3 million attendance for their Phoenix Open, their golf tournament, the Waste Management, at the same time that they had the Super Bowl. So they had a large influx of people, and they were happy to report that they had no significant incidents due to them monitoring all of these camera systems and real-time information as it was coming out, pushing it out to the units in the field. So what have we already done? There were things that we saw that we could already start to implement. We found a location inside of our building that was existing space where we could build a center or deploy resources to. That's also going to be the same center where we put our drone as a first responder program, which was approved previously. Cameras, again, to reiterate what the city had already approved, we have a large database of cameras available to us. So we would be using that camera project with our existing LPR technologies and then additional resources as they come, mostly post-analytic. Integration with our drone as a first responder program, that would be housed in the same center. So we would be able to have real-time information from drone resources or UAS systems along with our fixed camera systems. And then we identified the needs. What personnel did we think we would need? What type of equipment would be necessary? And any infrastructure needs. So the top picture here is our existing room that we were looking at, and then the room below is our concept. That's an actual real-time center somewhere, Google-based, but that's what we had envisioned, is that there would be a large screen for command posts. So if a watch commander wanted to go to the center and make that a command post, they wouldn't have to deploy in the field and use an archaic type monitoring system in a vehicle. So we were looking at our staff. What did we feel would be could staff this center appropriately? So we feel that a supervisor would be best to oversee the operations of the center, also help us build it. So we understand that there's going to be needs that come along with an approval, but also technology is rapidly advancing. So a supervisor would be able to monitor upgrades in systems, new technologies, and decide what they feel would be best. All of these positions would also act as operators. So even though the supervisor would be there, they would be also monitoring systems, watching cameras, using post-analytic data. Operators, that's what you would think of when you think of a camera operator. So a operator would be someone who main job would be to look at real-time information and use post-analytic data basically on camera systems. So they would use our existing systems, our LPR systems, software that go along with those, mapping systems, GIS. They would be the people that are paying the closest attention to this.
Captain, sorry, really quick, just to clarify, the operators and the operators are going to be real time. Is that AI assisted? Is that
some of it is? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we already have purchased a brief cam. And the city also has a brief cam. So we're using brief cam as post-analytic, but real-time AI assisted as well.
Okay, yeah, because one of the questions is like, I'm just thinking 2 people to watch the whole city is going to be pretty tough unless they're being aided by, hey, pay attention here because there's bad things happening,
Correct.
sort of thing. Okay, great.
Yeah,
thanks.
most of our operator deployments would be in response to a call or using data to see when we would need to deploy things to certain hot zones for our crimes. That's why we would have an analyst on here as well.
Like Skyline?
Sure.
Okay,
Yes, that would
thanks.
absolutely be on our radar. McKinley, all of your favorite spots in
Yeah,
the
all the
town.
favorite places.
The 6th Street corridors. We have a future ask for an analyst, which would do exactly that. They would look at our crime data. They would work in conjunction with our current analysts, but they would also be a communication point between other comm centers, so other real-time information centers. We're looking at a fusion center also in the county, so we would have multiple assets available to us. Another incident that I could refer to would be when we had an officer killed nearby in Riverside. There was a manhunt throughout multiple counties, and it would have been nice to have a comm center in addition to a joint task force. So we have a future ask for an analyst position. And then a technical support or IT would also be a future ask from the IT department. This will be heavily relied upon for all of our technological needs. So the personnel costs that are associated with that, the analyst is a future ask, but I think that position was about 114 total compensation. The supervisor's listed up here, and then the operator, that's actually times 2. So each would be 101, but then we would ask for 2 operators. With that staffing that is proposed, it would not give us a 24/7, which I don't feel is necessary right now, but we would be able to use our data analysis and our crime analysis, our CommStat figures to decide when we would deploy people in this position. so that they could have the most impact on some of our higher call services, call during the week and hours. They would also be subject to call out if we had some sort of emergency that we would need them to come in on an overtime basis, or pre-planned events if we knew we had a large-scale operation or event, even like our 4th of July. You know, we would have make sure that we would have deployments on those dates. So looking at some of the costs here, we would obviously need some equipment. We're looking at base stations or communication base stations for each console so that they would be able to talk directly on the radio. We feel that this would be a force multiplier for dispatch so that they could actually get on, manage incidents, and then relieve some of the work duties from the dispatch center. Handheld radios, because they will have the capacity to deploy mobilely, even though the center would be our main focus. Computer systems for all of the technology that would be necessary and post-analytic usage. Infrastructure would be our regular things like variable desks, lighting changes that are in there now, maybe something that's dimmable to allow for sustainment, wall monitors, window shades.
And this would be in the PD building? You guys have
Yes.
space for that?
We do, yes. There's a large enough room where
I was trying to think. I'm trying to think. The last time I was there walking around.
right at the top of the stairwell.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It used to be our old finance building, and then it's a perfect center for it. And that's where our drone as a first responder is already building a console in there because they have easy roof access as well. And then software, we would look at operating systems to integrate all of our feeds, overlay with GIS, and again, post-analytic softwares. This is something that's really booming right now, so we're looking at a lot of different systems that are just now being built. This is a sample of some of the operating systems that are available out there. So you would have the regular multiplex viewing, kind of similar to what we're already looking at. Multiple camera views. You could put them up on the screen again for a command post. And then there's also technology out there that shows mapping systems where we can not only see the police vehicles, we can see the radios or phones that are attached to the actual officers. So if they go out mobily, we're now able to see individual officers and not just vehicles parked somewhere. So they can fine-tune perimeters or deployments for special events. This system here is kind of interesting because the yellow line shows you a estimated time arrival for someone that may have committed a crime in the central part of this map. So say there was a bank robbery. This yellow line would show you about a 5-minute response time for current road and map conditions for weather and traffic. So it takes in all these things into consideration and shows you where this person could possibly get within about that 5-minute radius. So it really helps us, instead of just rolling to that bank and then trying to determine which way they went, we can start working on the outskirts and find our way in. Again, technology-based policing as opposed to just throwing things at it.
We can go beyond just the flock devices to bring in live video by incorporating existing agency traffic, Department of Transportation, and police cameras. In this case, from a helicopter that was able to track the suspect vehicle, in addition to AVL from patrol vehicles, while using real-time routing to predict a vehicle's direction. The officers knew they could wait for the suspect vehicle to reach a less populated area to perform the apprehension.
Another short one.
You can layer on top customer maps like your precincts, floor plans of key buildings, and traffic. We also launch community engagement programs to get neighborhoods and businesses alike to register and integrate their cameras.
They can integrate any stream. So there are different ways that are above my knowledge in IT. However, they can find their way into some of these systems through different databases and then integrate those into our streams. Now, there sometimes is a charge per stream depending on who that is, but we would obviously determine which ones we would need. And we obviously wouldn't need access to every single camera in a business, just some of their more predominant views. So a basic timeline that we're looking at here is a build out, which is doing all the logistical things inside of the room. Again, it's an existing room. It just needs some configuration for logistics. Then our personnel, which upon approval, we would like to fly the position, again, hoping that we could get a supervisor with some sort of experience in this type of work to help us build the center out as a specialist. And then our operational target would be somewhere around the end of the year in 2024, if approved. I'd be happy to entertain questions.
That's great. You've answered all my questions. The more I see this stuff, the more I see it being a benefit for our community. There's a lot of requests that are a lot of, I wouldn't even say complaints, is people are upset about, insert name here of crime, and most of it's stuff that's, Prop 47 and 57 and 109 based stuff, and we can't keep blaming the state. So, and even though I'd like to blame the state of a lot of things, but it's good to see that we have some ways for the force multiplier and using data analytics and AI to improve response. And I just can't wait to see it pay off and have a couple of highlights where we can show where we've used this technology, especially as cameras. And I know there's a lot of interest, as it gets warmer. Folks are out at Skyline. I probably got 4 or 5 calls just in the last last week or two, and I think they may have been just piggybacked on 2 incidents. But as soon as it gets warm, the urchins are out trying to find things to break into, and the question is always, okay, well, why can't we catch these people? Why don't we have people standing there? Well, we have a big city, and there's a lot of places we can't just have an officer standing there watching. You can help yourself too, but it'd be nice to see this, transition into a way to help, do some force multiplication.
Yeah, along those lines, another reason we're calling it an information center is because it's not just going to be directed at crime. So another success story that we heard is that they use it a lot for missing people, missing children, or missing endangered. So they're able to look at a wide array of cameras within the city to deploy resources, and a lot of times they'll see the person walking down the street or see their vehicle driving down the street. So it's all encompassing in our public safety.
Tony? All right.
Jason's not here.
Yeah.
You did a great job, Kevin. Thank you.
Yeah, we want you here before Jason anyway, so you can let him know that. I think
He's probably
we're good.
watching right now.
Dallas, you got anything? No? All right. Brader Alston.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Up next is Danielle Winnington, library manager. If you just one thing about Danielle, if you ever sit down with her for an hour, there's many great things, but if you ever sit down with her for an hour, you will be amazed. She's traveled the world, and she's super smart and super funny, and she's super cool.
That's very kind, thank you.
And with that, she's going to give the presentation on the Heritage Room hours of operation.
Well, firstly, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. I'm just waiting for it to pop up here. All right. I'm just a bit too tall, yes. So, yeah. Right. Is that better? Everybody good? Okay. All right. So I am here to ask council to provide direction on staffing and operating hours for the new Heritage Room. And just a brief background about the Heritage Room. It started way back in 1964 with Miss Janet Gould, and she donated the first 3 items to the city. If I'm remembering correctly, it was a jar, it was an autographed pamphlet, a Golden Circle pamphlet, and a map created by H. Kellogg. And that was displayed at the library. Then the Women's Improvement Club encouraged everyone to donate their items to the city as well. And in 1977, the Heritage Committee was formed. And then in November 1980, the Heritage Room opened in the library, and the acquisition of local history began in earnest and has continued to do so. The room is named after W.D. Addison, and he taught history at Corona High School. He was also the principal of the evening school, and then he was also the Heritage Committee chairman. And today we have various items and ephemera like photographs, special collections, slides, artifacts, you name it, in the Heritage Room. So prior to renovation, the Heritage Room was open 10 hours a week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And then while open, there was a reference librarian on site that would be able to answer questions, pull materials if needed, and then assist with scanning those documents and items. And while it was closed, that same person would help instruct staff and volunteers on processing and digitization, and then also had just a generalized understanding of what was in the room. So this is the Heritage Room expansion timeline. So in September 2021, the City Council requested to expand access to the Heritage Room. And in February 2022, expansion options were presented to Council, where Council also provided direction to expand the room to the entire mezzanine level, and then hours were increased from 4 to 10 by the staff. In December 2022, a floor plan was presented to Council with a note to return to discuss operating hours extensions. And in the last October, a bid was released for construction. This past January, construction was awarded to Triangle Decon Services. And this month, the start of this construction happened with 90 working days to complete the project.
Did it start?
Yes, it did.
What day did it start?
I believe it was mid-March, yeah.
Like March 15th?
Like March 12th, 15th, around there. Mhm.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. So these are the Heritage Room renovations according to the scope of work. So first, we are demoing all of the walls and upgrading the building systems. So we're going to upgrade the HVAC system, which is great. It's going to help preserve the items in the Heritage Room for a lot longer. We are demoing the interior walls. We are adding window coverings, and then we're adding a security swipe access to the elevator to make sure people are using the elevator for its intended purpose. The second step, we're going to be utilizing the entire mezzanine level. So we're demoing the north wall, we're adding a glass wall to the existing railing, and then we're adding display areas to make the room a more immersive space. We're also adding storage, more storage, so there's going to be more archival shelving for the manuscripts and oversized books.
Have you ordered all that stuff yet?
Not yet. I'm actually meeting with the shelving guy after this meeting.
Can we not do fireproof cabinets for photos?
Yes, actually, we were probably going to lean away from that because fireproof cabinets weigh empty around 600 to 700 pounds. So.
And can we make sure the cabinets that house the photo collection are not lockable?
No, they will. Any cabinet, anything that's in there is going to be unlocked and accessible.
It's going to be accessible or inaccessible?
No, they will be unlocked.
I'm confused.
So you want us not to be able to lock up the collection at any time?
That's what happened last time. Everything gets locked up, and then you can never find anything, and the staff in charge won't let you go through anything. So I don't want that to happen again.
So council can give us the direction they like, but at this point, the cabinets would have the ability to be locked, but the intent isn't to lock them at all times.
I'm fine with that. I think there should be an opportunity. I think it's easy way to correct to say, hey, unlock this versus saying you can never lock. I'd rather have the option to, just in case.
In case of what?
In case someone wants to break into the building, you want to have at least something to slow them down. I don't know. I just don't see
they're going for. They've broken into the library. They're heading for the photos.
Well, and also if there was a natural disaster and we needed to shut down the library, then it would be safe to lock up those items at that time.
Yep, I'm totally fine with that.
I have concerns because this is what's going to happen. We have a council that's very pro-history and very pro-heritage room now, and 10 to 12 years from now or 8 years from now or whenever it is, you're going to put a librarian in charge who commandeers that room and locks everything up. And that's what you're setting it up for. I mean, they've already...
And we will rise against and storm the building, Tom. We'll do it. You and I do it together.
We could just fix it now. We can just say, don't put... I'm telling you, if you put the ability to lock those photos up,
I mean, it's not like we're installing the locks. I think they come with it.
No, they're build to suit. You can ask that no locks be
know.
put on it.
I'm not
I'm quite confident of that.
You're the deciding factor.
I don't think that they're going to be building cabinets custom for this. I think they're going to be cabinets that are pre-built. And I guess I would like the option to lock it as well. In 12 years, the council may say, close that room up. We don't want anyone to see it. I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to, I'm still a little baffled by I don't want fireproof cabinets, because I would have imagined that anybody would want to, give these photos that are priceless and irreplaceable an option to survive a fire, which hopefully there's never, knock on wood, there's never one there. But I don't know. I like the options, Tom. I think that I think it's up to us to make sure that over the course of the upcoming years that we set a precedence and that folks are able to access it, and that there's a really well-oiled machine and process. And if we find out that down the line somebody continues to lock it and it limits access, then we have a conversation about it. But I think at some point, I don't want just people having the ability to open a cabinet and start rifling through stuff. Maybe they need to wear gloves, or there's a process through it, or something along those lines. I want to make sure that if they're in there looking at photos, that all the proper precautions have been taken. And I think one way to ensure that is to be able to lock and unlock the cabinet.
Well, I'll just remind everybody that for the last 30 years, no one's been able to look at any photo in any drawer. So going forward, is that going to change, or are we just going to lock it all up for another 30 years?
So I'll interject on that one. The direction from council has been really clear, and we appreciate the intent, which is to make this collection something that researchers and members of the community who love history can get in there and enjoy it. So the intent is not to create a new Fort Knox. It's to balance access with making sure that your collection's still there in the future. And so if at any time there's a feeling that we've gotten that off, we welcome the conversation. But the intent is to open this up so that members of the community who want to learn our history and enjoy our history can have a place to go where everything's in the same place.
I think there's a happy medium, but at the same time, I don't think we should be governed by things in the past. We're here to set new policy, and we've set it. And I mean, I am generally a little bit worried about security, just because, I think in the past there were things that walked away, and I don't want that to happen again.
I don't think that anything walked away. I think that's what a certain librarian made up. Quite honestly, I think she's
there
full
were
of
some
shit.
tickets that disappeared.
They didn't disappear. She found them and said, here they are.
All right, then maybe I'm wrong,
think it
but-
was made up to say we're on lockdown.
But I would say that we're really providing an open room, as Jacob just described, for folks to do all kinds of research.
You're not making an open room if you put locks in it. But I'm outvoted 2-1, and I'll move on.
Thanks, Tom.
Nope, it's okay. This is why we're having this conversation now. So we are also adding shelving for our oversized materials. We are also taking all of the collections that are currently in storage and bringing them up into the heritage room. So nothing will be in storage moving forward. And then next, we are going to be repairing carpet where it's needed, also having new fresh paint, and then large tables for the patron researchers so they're able to look at a collection, spread it all out, and also have a working reference desk for staff and volunteers to be able to do all the processing, digitizing up there. And then lastly, we're installing new doors, signage, and cameras, and the cameras are especially from our Building Forward grant. And then this is the conceptual floor plan of the new Heritage Room. And as you can see, the Heritage Room is almost going to be quadrupled in size because of this expansion. So at present, current staffing only allows for the Heritage Room to be open 10 hours. And the reason behind this is that library staff do a lot of things, not only for the public and our patrons, but there's a lot of back-end work. So for example, we have a front desk, and that's where you go to check out your items. You can buy bus passes. We do circulation, shelving, facility reservation setups, passport questions. We have 2 reference desks, one in adults and one in children's, and there you can ask for help for item location, research help, program and services help as well. We have certain staff that do library in charge duties, so if something is escalated at any one of those desks, a librarian in charge is called to de-escalate and resolve that issue. We have programming for all ages now, including our story time, outreach events, literacy, homework help. And then in the back end, we are planning for future events and creating marketing for those. We are buying books and approving our zip book requests and applying to and editing our grants. So currently we have a Heritage Room backlog in both processing and digitization. So processing is arranging and describing materials in a collection so that the information can be easily accessed and attainable. This also includes placing items in archival quality boxes and folders. And also a part of this process is creating finding aids. And these are documents that help describe a collection for research. So usually there's a list of materials by box and then by folder and then by item. And we have approximately 550 linear feet that need to be processed.
So does the public have access to those?
At this time, no, because it's all in storage.
So can we make a policy to where the public has, because these boxes have been in storage since the library was built. And no one can go through them, and there's no plan to bring them into daylight. So how do we make it so the public can go through them?
Well, one of the things that we're doing as we're bringing the collections up, we're identifying all of those unprocessed collections, and that's the first thing that's going to be done. So we want to make sure that the unprocessed collections are completed before we start moving on to the digitization processes.
And Mayor, if I could chime in, we are going to be bringing the entire collection up to the Heritage Room. The items that are not cataloged yet will be up there and accessible. And while we start to work on the backlog, we will have that information there available for the public to access.
So let's just play devil's advocate, because I got to be really specific on this. There's a box somewhere in the basement right now that gets brought up to the new Heritage Room, right? And you're going to put it in the new Heritage Room, and Joe Public comes in and says, I would like to see what's in that box. Are you going to say, yeah, have at it? Or are you going to say, nope, it hasn't been cataloged yet?
No, we will make that box available for them to see the materials that are in there.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Hopefully they can find the 2 boxes I donated in 1991, because those still haven't been processed.
Hence the backlog.
And that's why we're here, bringing it all into one place and taking care of that. They're legitimate concerns from the past, but I hope that you're seeing that we are making a very good faith effort to remedy those, have the collection all in one place and make it accessible. That's very much the goal here, and we've heard you loud and clear.
So we have about 550 linear feet that still needs to be processed. And then the next part of the backlog is digitization of the unprocessed and processed collections. So digitizing is taking a physical item and putting it in some sort of digital form. So that could be scanning or other ways. And then we add metadata to that file, and then we upload that file to our digital repository. So for an example, scanning a book might take 4 to 6 hours, and depending on how big the book is. And we want to make sure that it's OCR text readable, so it can be, you can search via text, as well as making it ADA compliant to our persons with disabilities that may want to go through the book. That file would then need to have metadata added to it, and that relates to its content and structure, and then all of that information gets uploaded to the digital repository. So it would take approximately 45 years for one full-time staff to process and digitize all of these items, and that's 40 hours a week, every day, for 4 to 5 years. And we currently have volunteers and interns, but they're not a consistent source for the backlog.
The volunteers that have been working in there for the last 10 years I watch them, right?
Yeah.
They go there and they scan everything, and it gets scanned in somewhere that's
right.
God only knows where, because you can't find it. Can we make that database available?
Yes, so as soon as, we're going through all of these.
But not what you have going forward. There's been, I know 3 ladies specifically that have been scanning for years. Mm-hmm. But they scan it and then no one ever sees it again.
Yeah, so that's part of
the currently scanned material.
Right, that's also included in all of this. So we're having to go through those digitized files and add metadata to it so we can put it up in our online repository.
I think the public should be able to see it before the metadata is added. It's all on a drive somewhere, right? So just set up a computer and duplicate that drive, and then before the metadata, because I just don't believe the metadata is going to get added in the next 4 to 5 years.
But Tom, I would say that part of it is you're talking about just a massive amount of. It would be like looking at old microfiche, where you, without any context of not knowing what year you were, and you were going to try and find the third page of the
that's not
July
what it is,
24th,
Wes.
1953.
It's stuff that's really simple. There's postcards and thousands of pictures that you could look at and say, that's City Hall, that's the library, that's a road race.
Yeah, but remember,
we haven't seen these in 15 years.
But Tom, remember, I did it. I made a mistake this last week. You had posted a great picture of something, and I looked at it for 2 seconds because I was half distracted and misidentified the building. So I don't know if I want to make sure we have someone that's doing this right. As long as if people can still access the material, which is what I think is what Danielle's saying. You can still access the material. It just, I don't want everybody to be able to go in and make notes and things because they could be wrong.
Okay. I don't want them to edit it. I just want them to be able to see it. But I'll yield. I know I'm passionate on it, and I'm going to go through this because I've just had so many bad experiences in that room.
And I understand that.
So I'd rather lock it down now, because if I don't lock it down now, then this one says, well, you had your chance a year ago. So I'm locking it down now. So have at it.
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, adding the metadata just makes it easier to search for. So instead of having a folder with 1,000 photos of historic buildings, and you can type in Main Street, and it'll pull all of the buildings from Main Street and not give you anything from like Grand. So that's essentially what metadata is doing. It's helping researchers narrow down how they can research.
Are you looking to hire a person at $40 an hour?
$40 an hour. Well, actually, we're on to the next slide. Thank you for that segue. So right now we have a couple of options that I wanted to present to you. So based on these previous slides, these are the options. So the very first option is the status quo. We will be open 10 hours a week with a rotating staff, and the backlog would be addressed with volunteers and interns in about 12 to 13 years. Option 2 has, and it has no financial impact to the city. So next is the option 2, where we add 1 part-time library assistant. We would be open 30 hours a week, and that library assistant would only be for the Heritage Room, and the backlog would be fully addressed in about 7 to 8 years. Option 3 has 2 part-time library assistants, where we would be open 50 hours a week, and that's for all 6 days that the library is open. They would also be dedicated to the Heritage Room. The backlog would be fully addressed in 4 to 5 years. Option 2 has an annual impact of $27,609, and option 3 has an annual impact of $55,358. And I just wanted to note that the backlog timeframes relate to the collections as they are now and doesn't include any additional ones. And so both option 2 and 3 help us process and digitize faster. It helps us to have the Heritage Room open for longer, and may in turn encourage more of the community to donate their local history items to us. And that's how this all started with Miss Janet Gould. So, any questions?
No, this is good. Wesley?
I think in the beginning, and I guess this is a question before I give my opinion, the question would be, I mean, there's a lot of change, right? We're having to figure out where everything goes and how it's cataloged and where things go. Is that already been budgeted for that time, or is the idea that one of these people will be doing that?
We were hoping that one of these people would be assisting, because one of these people
Assisting or doing? Like, I mean, would you have somebody already?
Doing.
Okay.
would be doing. It would make it faster to pull the collections into the new heritage room, but it also gives them the opportunity to understand what's in the collections.
Okay. Okay, that might change because originally my first thought was, look, we start with 30 hours and we kind of see what the use is and we go from there. But if the person's if we're having to ramp up, and maybe I'm thinking in the beginning, we may want to have some additional help in there to understand getting it in place and understanding what we have. And then maybe we roll it back to a time that still makes people accessible. 10 hours a week was ridiculous. 30 hours a week is good or better. But I think you're going to need, some time. And I, like I said, without knowing exactly how much we have and you obviously have experience in this sort of thing, that you'll be able to tell, what would be needed to get it to a position where it's a usable space and a functional space. And we're not, constantly, since I just moved into a new house 10 months ago, I feel like the most moved in of any home I've ever lived in, and because it's like we have things out of boxes, but I'm also, cognizant of that as we're going to be moving and trying to figure out where everything goes and how it's displayed, and that's going to take time. So I was just trying to think if there was a way to allocate some additional staff in the beginning just to get things out and set up, and then maybe roll back to the 30 hours a week.
Have you talked to Dre about this?
I have not.
So, for my fellow council members, Dre lives on
Olive?
what? Kendall.
Oh, Kindle, yes.
Dre lives on Kendall Street. She bought an old house and she did what I did. You want to start researching the house, and then you want to start researching all the Corona history. And she's an all-star. And she's currently at the Heritage Museum digitizing all their photos right now. So I think she would be perfect to approach for the option 2 or 3. And she knows the...
We appreciate the suggestion. We would go through a normal hiring process, though, so we're not selecting people here today of who we're going to hire, just as a clarification note.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell... You're going to get her kicked out. No, well... Wouldn't want anyone to get recused.
You should suggest that she apply, though. That'd be great.
Thank you, Jacob. The lawyer kick you on that one? No. Okay. We're trained up. All right, Tony, do you have?
I'm waiting to hear.
What's that?
Waiting to hear.
Hear what?
Which option you're interested in?
Oh, I'm 3. I'm option 3.
Mine was 3 in the beginning, and then after we get things set up, you make the decision on when it could go to 30 hours, and then we measure use. I think having somebody sitting up there, granted, we're going to be processing the collection. Like I said, you're the expert.
It's a fair point. In 4 to 5 years after everything has been cataloged and perhaps digitized, it may be that we don't need the same number. That's so many years away, it's difficult to really project right now, but it's a good sentiment. Staff up now. But if we ever don't need that, which I hope all of us commit to, that if we don't need the resources, we scale that back. But, okay.
I think the most interesting metric will be who else is up there besides these two. And if we're staffing up for these two, we immediately staff down. Yeah, well, I have a sneaky suspicion that we're going to have a wonderful heritage room that not a whole lot of people use. So
That is a bad attitude, Tony.
it's not my jam, but I will.
There's
I will
going to be
complete
thousands of people in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not more.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the direction.
Okay.
Much appreciated.
And Danielle, there's no particular librarians in charge of this room, right?
No.
Danielle's in charge of the room? All right, thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you so much.
All right, Moses, I don't know how you can follow a heritage room. You're kind of screwed on that one. I guess you can talk about heritage trees. It's all you, Moses.
All right, well,
Thank you, Council. Thanks for having me. I have an update for you guys on the Urban Forest Program, which has been nothing but amazing, and it's been a really great program since we first kicked it off a couple years ago, and it just continues to grow and evolve. So we are here to ask you guys a few questions and seek some direction. Got away from my animation here. All right, so today we're seeking direction. The ask is to ask City Council to receive an update on the Urban Forest Management Program and provide us some direction on our upcoming fiscal year 25 program budget. Some program backgrounds. We started this conversation back in 2021. The benefits ensure that the city has a comprehensive maintenance program to maintain our healthy urban forest. As you know before, the reason we kind of shifted to this program was to get away from constantly just doing service requests and having several trees that were not being maintained. This kind of provides an overall comprehensive way to objectively service all of our trees. On top of that, we had some goals to plant 15,000 trees over the next 5 years, and those were identified in our inventory as missing trees that had either been removed or died or were involved in a traffic accident. For whatever reason, we were up around the 15,000 mark of missing trees. So we committed to doing 3,000 trees over the next 5 years, and we're actually on track to do that this year. So we'll be completing our second year planting, which will get us right around 6,000 trees. Right now, our current investment for the urban forest portion is $1.6 million. That does exclude any trees that are serviced in the LMDs or CFDs, since those have separate funding sources. Some fun, interesting facts for our program highlights. For the program, we are Tree City USA. We have gotten that award back, and we continue to do that. And to meet that criteria, not all cities are able to do this, air agencies. So it requires a certain amount of monetary investment into your urban forest, some practices of maintaining it through proactive inspections, treatments, ensuring that you don't have any borers or mites that could affect your overall health of your urban forest. And because of that, we also received the Helen Putnam Award this past year up in Sacramento. So that was a great thing for us to be able to get for the city and recognize our efforts that we've been putting into the urban forest. A third item we'd like to highlight is the Urban Forest Community Forestry Grant. We just received this past year, and we are working on putting this program together. This is going to an additional $100,000 to put into our trees. So this is not on top of the 3,000 trees that we're planting. This is specifically to plant trees within the underserved areas, primarily like the community development block grant areas. We also identified them through heat indexes, and that's how we were able to get this. So we're identifying those areas, ensuring that we don't have sites that are scheduled to be planted with our other program, and ensure that we can provide these trees in those areas. The last thing that we do is our volunteer engagement. So we do a planting almost every single month. We do a cleanup event that usually incorporates some kind of planting. So it's not just tree planting, we're mulching, we're educating, and it's been great. These programs fill up like almost immediately. They continue to grow. This last one we did, Arbor Day, we had almost 150 people out here on the south lawn planting trees, putting down mulch, planting native plants. So it's really just like, it's exploded, and everybody loves coming out. I mean, if we had the resources, we could probably, double that. But, again, trying to manage that many folks, it does get a little tricky, but it's a great program. So year one overview. Last year we did, not this fiscal year, the year before, or year one, we did trim a little over 16, almost 17,000 trees. We planted our 3,000 mark. We removed 692 trees, and those removals, they have to meet the criteria of a removal. So they're either dead, diseased, or declining, or a hazard. So that's why they're removed. And we had 590 volunteers that participated, and we were able to put 375 trees in the ground. Year two overview, we're at 11,683. That number may have gone up slightly just over the last couple weeks since we put this together. Trees, we planted 834. We're probably right around that 2,000 mark. And trees removed, 429. Again, they are either dead, declined, or diseased for them to be removed. And volunteers, we're at 348 volunteers and 348 volunteer hours and 175 trees planted. So the need is the fiscal year 25 budget, the next, which is our upcoming one. We need some additional funding, and we just want to kind of outline why we need that additional funding. So as we move through this grid, we're going to be going into our third year of our grid pruning, and this particular grid has a heavier influence on the urban forest, which is the general fund area. So as we move through the other areas, the LMDs or CFDs will absorb those other areas and lighten the burden on the general fund. But as we get into this one, there will be a stronger impact on the general fund for this upcoming year. And here is the challenge. So with the challenge comes a shortfall, and we have some challenges and we have some items for you to consider. And as we move into the next slide, it'll kind of dissect that a little bit more. But on top of our grid pruning, we're also seeing service requests. So we still want to make sure that we're providing 100% customer service to our residents. And we've seen a really, really sharp increase in C-Click fix requests coming in for tree pruning. We do go out and evaluate the tree. So we go out and make sure that, does the tree meet the consideration for it being pruned? And we don't mind doing the tree. If we get out there and, we see, okay, this tree hasn't been pruned in, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever the time may be, and the trash truck can't get by, the mail truck can't drop the mail off, or it's touching the ground, or it's a line of sight issue, it's blocking a stop sign, no problem, we'll take care of it. But we also have a handful, or several, I should say, of our C-Click fixes that come in where they want their tree pruned twice a year. And typically, it's because they don't want to deal with leaf litter, or if the particular tree fruits, they don't want to deal with the fruit, whatever it may be, but it's typically a kind of fruiting or leaf issue and they want their tree to be tipped back, looking, aesthetically pleasing like Disneyland. And what we're doing is when we do trim the tree, they are ISA standards, so we're kind of following what all the agencies are doing, 25% of the canopy, lifting it, so it looks nice, but it's not all tipped back, and looking like a topiary. So you can see the numbers up there of what we did last year. We did $400,000 in service requests. We're already up to over $600,000 in service requests, and again, it's because somebody submits a C-Click fix, we go out trim the tree, the neighbor's like, oh wow, I want to get my tree trimmed, and it's a trickle, it's a pattern that we're creating.
So, but are we saying no, or are we saying yes when it's not, we don't think it's warranted?
So that's where it gets a little tricky, because
Okay.
we will go out and evaluate it, and if it needs to be trimmed, it's completely justifiable. But if we say no because like, hey, you're going to be trimmed in a couple years or a year, then they reopen the C-Click fix, and then we close it, and then they reopen it, and then we close. So it's just like this revolving cycle. So we just want to.
So those service requests those are total service requests, not just. Well, okay, yeah, because you're saying you do say no, you're not doing the ones that people want. Okay, got it.
And on the next slide, so as we get into for your consideration, what we'd like to implement, we did some research and kind of, I sat with Donna and Justin, we kind of put our heads together on this, and when we checked with some of our surrounding agencies, and they have a residential pay program, and what that does, it'll alleviate some of those service requests for those customers that are residents that are calling in repeatedly, and if they want their tree trimmed, that's great, no problem, we don't mind doing it, but it'll be a straight pass-through rate. So there's some different line items on there depending on what kind of tree it is, and I just want to kind of clarify, so you see all those numbers, I want to explain what they mean. So if you want your tree trimmed in front of your home, no problem at all, we'll go out, it's $94 if you want them to just skirt it up off the ground so people can walk under it. It's $239 if you want them to completely get in the canopy and trim it out and everything. And then there's also, you get into the slopes. So the slopes have some different line items, especially particularly up in Green River. If you back up to an LMD and you have a slope behind your home, typically they can't get the truck back there, so they're having to climb the tree and drag the material out. So we did check, like I said, we checked with some of our surrounding agencies, and they have a residential pay program. And what I want to mention on this is if we go out, if somebody calls in and says, hey, like, I can't, like the mailman's not dropping my mail off anymore because they can't get to my mailbox, we're going to trim that tree, no problem. But if we get, John Doe that's calling every month, hey, my tree's dropping leaves, I want to get my tree trimmed, we'd be like, great, we have a program for you. We'll trim your tree, no problem. We can be there in 2 to 3 weeks, and this is what the cost would be, and we'd work out a program to invoice them. It's a straight pass-through. There's no, we're not creating revenue on this or anything, but it's a straight pass-through. It addresses the customer's concerns, And it also allows us to stay on track with maintaining our urban forest, kind of how we already talked about with staying on that 5-year grid pruning cycle, as well as being able to put all our trees back in the ground that we're on track to do over the next 5 years. So, which leads me to my next slide, giving you guys some options. So option A, no new financial impact, would be to maintain status quo with the budget that we have right now, maintain our 5-year grid pruning cycle, but we push our planting out 2 years. So we'd go from a 5-year reforesting effort to a 7-year reforesting effort, and maintain the city service requests that we have right now. The downfall is we slow our growth, so we won't meet our 5-year. We'll end up being at 7-year. Option B, which is recommended, is to implement the pay program and put that together, and we can work on what that would look like and when we could implement it. But that would, again, alleviate that burden for those service requests. And again, I just really want to stress that we still want to provide 100% customer service. So if somebody needs their tree trimmed and it meets all the criteria, we're going to trim it. But for the ones that are just the repeat ones that just want the aesthetics, we'd have a program for them to do that. And that'll, again, allow us to stay on our 5-year grid pruning cycle and maintain our planting schedule, which we're super excited to do. Residents are happy seeing their trees. I mean, we're out there knocking on doors, doing door hangers, planting the trees, talking about what kind of tree they're going to get, working with them on it. So it's been a really great program. And option C would be an $813,000 financial impact for this particular year if we wanted to maintain doing all the service requests that we're currently seeing or trending, doing the 5-year grid pruning and the reforesting effort. So those are the options. And again, option B's B. Okay, cool. Okay, well, I'll just finish up so I can finish the presentation. So the ask was to ask City Council to receive an update on the urban forest for the 25 budget. And here's some cool pictures of what we've been doing. So this is awesome. This is what we've been doing for the last couple of years. You can see how many people come out and enjoy the plantings. I mean, like I said, it's just been great. So,
Moses, I just have one question. When we get those requests to trim outside of the grid date, are we telling them, hey, that tree is scheduled to be trimmed next year, year after, year 3 or whatever? That way they have the option of understanding it's going to cost me X today, but if I wait a year or whatever it is. And then how do we handle that situation? Because the wordplay was interesting because it's a shared responsibility. And I could say, well, my responsibility is that I pay the water to water that thing. And your responsibility is to take care of the tree. So I'm kind of curious as to how do we handle that conversation if the other half of the share just says, well, then why don't we just remove the tree and call it a good?
So the first question was, we do let them know if they call and say, hey, I want my tree trimmed. We do let them know, hey, you're scheduled next year or the year after. We'll tell them what grid they're in and when they can expect it. The nice thing would be, okay, if you can't wait and you really want it done, then you can go through this pay program. Or if we, go out and we see, okay, like I mentioned, if they're like, it's really bad, like I can't even see my front yard, we're gonna go out and trim that tree. And we have the history because it's in the inventory. So we kind of already know when they're calling in, like, as we take the service request, we're like, okay, this tree, you can see the history on it. We haven't been there since 2010. Okay, tree probably is gonna meet the requirements of needing a prune. It can't wait another 2 years or whatever. So, but again, if somebody wants it just trimmed because they just want it trimmed, then great, we can direct them this way. If they're like, I don't want to wait 2 years to have that tree pruned, no problem. We've got a solution for you. We've got a program, direct them that way. And the shared responsibility part, so if they did want their tree removed, it would be evaluated to see if it meets the criteria, if it's, causing a lot of infrastructure damage, if it's, dead, if it's diseased, declining, if it's got a really bad lean, it meets one of those requirements. If it doesn't, we'll tell them, hey, it doesn't meet the requirements for a removal. At that point, it will go into an appeals process, and in the Urban Forest Management Plan, there's an appeal process to get your tree removed. But it has to go through commission, and then the commission has to make a recommendation to council if that tree should in fact be removed.
Thank you.
And did Councilmember Daddario, did you have an option you wanted to recommend as well?
Whatever, yeah, B is fine.
Yeah, B. Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
C. Yeah. Man.
All right, thank you.
Smart man. Very smart man. All right. Thanks, Moses. Up next is expenditures and general fund forecast. I know Wes has been salivating for this. We're gonna, oh, okay. We're gonna kick off with Julie and at some point Kim will probably chime in, so. It's a tag team in action. Good luck.
Okay, we are going to talk about preliminary operating expenditures and general fund forecast. We're going to start off with some general budget items, followed by, I think I grabbed the wrong one, maybe not. Okay, let's try that again. Start off with some special budget items, followed by special revenue funds, proprietary funds, and general fund. Again, the amounts may change through the review and finalization of the budget process. Okay, we have spoke a lot about the strategic goals, so this is just to reiterate what we took into consideration when preparing the budget for the next fiscal year. Online, there's a budget resource manual on the Finance Department page. It has all sorts of information available on revenue sources and expenditures and defining the different types of funds along with an appendix. That resource will allow anybody to dig into more detail on budget information. This is how the operating budget for the fiscal year is developed. These are some of the items that we use. We look at time-specific items such as the election and fee studies that happen every other year. These are things that do happen on a regular basis, but they are not annual. We take into consideration information on PERS and OPEB actuarial reports. OPEB is other post-employment benefits. We look at our current MOUs and project timelines, and we look at current contract terms and agreements for services. That includes things like debt service payments for the pension obligation bonds. We review historical data, trends, and cycles, and that is how we build the expenditures. These are some different groupings of expenditure object codes, so I wanted to give you a very brief overview before we go into that information. For personnel, full-time and part-time salaries, overtime, and pension contributions, there are two separate components to the CalPERS contributions, the normal cost, which will never go away as long as we have active employees, and then the unfunded liability piece that is returning in fiscal year 2025 with the most recent actuarial reports. Throughout the presentation, you will hear me refer to services and supplies. That includes the following. Under contractual, we have professional and contractual services, refuse disposal, credit card processing, SCADA maintenance, and any special district county administrative charges. For materials and supplies, we have debt service principal for any outstanding debt the city has, including pension obligation bonds, raw water and treated water purchases, interest expense, internal service charges, rents and lease charges, computer equipment and software, and parts and labor on vehicles. Under the utilities category, we have wholesale energy, electric utility, water utility, recycled water utility, natural gas utility, CNG and diesel fuel, phone lines, and wireless communication. And then claims expense and claims settlements with depreciation and amortization rounding out that classification. Operating and maintenance projects are projects that don't involve construction or meet the criteria of the capital improvement program. And capital improvement projects are projects above $50,000 and are and are long-term investments of funds to improve, repair, replace, or construct an asset, facility, or public infrastructure. Okay, getting into the meat of things, this is taking a look at the operating expenditures for all of the different funds. At the moment, this is proposed to be $444.6 million for fiscal year 2025. Overall, it is an increase of $2.8 million or 0.6% compared to the fiscal year 2024 budget and when we adopted it last June. We will talk through the details of the increases as we go through the presentation. As a reminder, this is operating expenses only. It does not include any of the CIP projects, transfers out, or any of the service change requests that you will have a presentation on later. The numbers are subject to change through finalization of the budget process. We will dive into the special revenue funds. Special revenue funds are specific revenue sources that are restricted or committed to specific purposes. This is where you will find all of the road-related funds, the special taxing district funds, refuse and recycling, developer impact funds, trip reduction, asset forfeiture, and other grants are in this category as well. Road-related, special taxing districts, and refuse and recycling all equal 90.6% of the special revenue fund's operating budget. The first revenue we are looking at is the road maintenance and rehabilitation account, often referred to as RMRA. Taking a look at the revenue and expenditures here, keep in mind we're only looking at the operating budget. So any of the differences you see between the revenue and the expenditure is made up of those CIP projects. So in this case, the revenue is estimated at $3.9 million and the expenses are estimated at $100,000. The CIP projects fill that gap. Gas tax, $4.8 million revenue estimated, and then the total expenditures of $4.5 million is made up of $2.4 million in operating budget. $2.4 million in operating budget and $2.1 million for those O&M projects. And then again, a reminder, you will see the O&M projects within the expenses because we had to be able to account for them some way now that they're not part of CIP anymore. There is a additional attachment to your packet that has the details of each of the O&M projects. Measure A is that 0.5% sales tax in Riverside County that can be used for capital improvement related to road. This graph shows estimated revenues at $6.3 million, the total expenditures at $300,000, which is made up of $200,000 operating budget and $100,000 O&M projects. Measure A is similar to RMRA fund in that most of the funding is capital improvement projects. Taking a look at the special taxing districts, this is an aggregate total of all of the CFDs and LMDs. The revenue is estimated at $10.1 million and the operating budget is at $8.7 million. Another reminder that this information will change as we review and finalize the levy process. Refuse and recycling. When expenditures in the refuse and recycling fund are higher than the revenues, the transfer from the general fund is initiated, and that support is because the general fund receives 100% of the franchise fees. The difference is primarily from staffing added to support the function and implementation of SB 1383. Moving on to proprietary funds. These are programs or activities that are supported by rates and/or fees. They may also include grants or reimbursements from other governmental agencies. Looking at the water utility, the estimates for fiscal year 2025 is $60.6 million. The breakout of the expenditures is on the right-hand side. So the operating budget is made up of 82.3% in services and supplies, 15.5% in personnel services, and 2.2% in O&M projects. The information represents an increase of $1 million or 1.9% when compared to the current fiscal year budget. The O&M projects total $1.3 million, and the examples are $1.2 million for water line infrastructure and $150,000 for water tank mixer installations. As a reminder, the spike that you see in fiscal year 2023 revenues is for a one-time $19 million settlement payment. Looking at the sewer utility, the same breakout is in the upper right-hand corner. The increase is $2 million when compared to the current fiscal year, and the O&M projects of $3.1 million is $2 million for water reclamation facility number 1 lease and $500,000 for sewer inflow and infiltration study. In this fund, the expenditures are exceeding the revenues, so the difference will be made up from fund balance, which is currently at $20.5 million as of the information we have available today. Electric utility, the breakdown is 95.9% in services and supplies, 3.7% in personnel services, and 0.4% in O&M projects. An increase of 16.4% or $2.7 million when compared to the current fiscal year budget. And the O&M projects total $72,000, which is $50,000 for Pad Mountain enclosure switches upgrade and $22,000 for citywide meter replacements. Looking at the airport fund, the estimate is $0.3 million. It is a decrease of 6.3% or just over $19,000 when compared to the current fiscal year budget, and expenses have been coming in under budget in that fund. Transit services. The operating budget is broken down on the upper right. It's an increase of $3 million or 89% when compared to the current fiscal year budget. This is due to the O&M projects that total $3.2 million, which includes the COA replacement of buses and implementations. The O&M projects won't happen for another 12 to 18 months, and reimbursable grant funding will cover those costs. Moving on to internal service funds. These are funds to account for departments or functions that provide services to other city departments. Starting off with warehouse services, they have estimates of $500,000 in revenue and $200,000 in the operating budget. There is a decrease from the current fiscal year, and that is just because some software was moved from their fund over to the IT fund. Information technology has estimates of $13.9 million in revenue and $14 million in the operating budget. As projects move out of development and implementation stage, they move to a maintenance stage and become contractual service costs. Some increases in the IT department are personnel, professional services, and debt service. For fleet operations, they have estimates of $6.1 million in revenue and $5.3 million in the operating budget, and then $300,000 in O&M projects. They have a decrease of 17.3% or $1.2 million when compared to the current fiscal year budget. Workers' Compensation Fund accounts for claims related to work-related injuries and has an estimate of $2.6 million in revenue and $4 million in the operating budget. You may notice that expenditures exceed revenues in this fund. The picture only reflects each individual year revenue and expense and does not include the fund balance we maintain for workers' compensation losses. The increase is due to the workers' compensation medical claims. Liability risk retention accounts for claims against the city but are non-work related. There are estimates of $6.2 million in revenue and $6.1 million in the operating budget, and the increase is due to insurance premiums. Moving on to the general fund. The proposed general fund operating budget is $204.1 million. This represents an increase of 1.1% when compared to the adopted fiscal year 2024 budget, and an 8.8% decrease when compared to the current budget that has been adjusted for items approved since the beginning of the fiscal year. This is a different snapshot of the general fund operating budget for fiscal year 2025. You can see by department and expenditure type. As you can see, personnel is the largest portion, and materials and supplies is the second largest portion of the general fund's operating budget. This is a look at the proposed general fund budget for fiscal year 2025 as compared to the adopted fiscal year 2024 budget. There is an increase of $8.7 million or 4.4%. And with that, I will pass it over to Ms. Sitton to go over the financial forecast.
Okay, so this slide gives you a snapshot of taking all of that information in, and it also includes some information in presentations that you haven't heard yet this afternoon. So taking a look at the last couple of fiscal years, actually we've got actuals on there for fiscal year 23. We've got the adopted budget for 24 and where we think we're going to end up for the current fiscal year. And then we've got the estimated information for next fiscal year and 4 additional years. The information that's highlighted in gray is based on information that's being shown to you today in presentations on CIP projects, service level changes, those types of items that are not yet incorporated into the baseline budget. And so that's why those items are specifically called out or highlighted. In about the middle of the screen or so are some items highlighted in blue. Those are related to the city park or the downtown revitalization projects where we've gotten direction to move forward. So we've included some estimates in there for debt service. We've also got some estimated, very rough estimated costs for operational costs at the city park. We'll refine those numbers as that plan continues to evolve. And so then you can see where we'll end up with our inflows over to our outflows. And then we take an adjustment to deduct off there the Measure X, the items that's going to be set aside in reserves to give you that final projected ending balance.
Just really quick before we move on to this slide, in fiscal year 2029, in the capital improvement projects, it's showing 6.7 million.
Mhm.
Why would it drop so much?
It's based on the projected CIP projects that the departments have submitted at this time. And again, if those are multi-year projects, it's just based on what they've planned out, at least to that point.
Because I'm looking at, so where would the debt service be for? Because I see debt service, but I don't see the number change. So if we're going to be issuing bonds for things, where would that money be under the CIP project, or would it be under the?
So the debt service would actually be in the number that's highlighted in blue. Sorry, this.
Oh, sorry, I had my finger over it, that's why.
Oh.
Get my big finger out of the way. So we're presuming it's going to be 7 million, not 8?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so that's the number highlighted in blue there would take care of the debt service on those projects if we issue bonds.
And then 2 million in operating costs.
That's a very rough estimate at this time. And like I said, as the plan continues to evolve, we'll refine that number.
Thanks.
Any questions on that slide? Okay.
That's quick. So what's next? We will be coming back to you at study session tentatively May 15th with any updates that we have for the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget. And then on June 5th, early this year, we will hopefully adopt the budget and be ready to start on July 1st of 2024. Any questions?
Wesley? All right, Employee of the Year. You and Kim knocked it out of the park. I just want to remind my fellow council member Daddario that we are way ahead of schedule. And I believe we're also scheduled for a break. So the court stands in recess. Fiscal Year 25 Capital Improvement Plan, CIP. Joining us is Kenny Nguyen, and he is the CIP Manager / Assistant City Engineer. He will provide a presentation on the 25-year capital improvement plan. Good luck.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council member. I apologize, I didn't get the memo until 2 minutes ago. So, a little bit overdressed, but that's all right. Yes, sir. Is it on? Oh, pointer, okay. Oops, sorry, back one. Well, I'm excited to present the proposed fiscal year 2025 capital improvement plan. So Savat and I will tag team on this presentation for today. So the ask for you today is that the City Council provide input and feedback on the proposed fiscal year 2025 capital improvement plans. The outline for today's presentation will recap the current fiscal year 2024 capital improvement plan, the accomplishment, and then we will go over the detail of the fiscal year 2025 proposed capital improvement plan, and then the approval process and the next step. So what is a CIP? Capital Improvement Plan, also known as CIP, is a multi-year planning document. Identify funding source for long-term infrastructure investment, such as street, traffic signal, water and sewer system, fire and police facility. Last year, the CIP was reviewed and revamped. So the CIP revamp redefined what a CIP is. CIP involve project with large dollar amount, typically over $50,000, with a lifespan of 5 or more years. The CIP revamp also established new guidelines for prioritizing and redefining and timing of the project. It's also transitioned to a 10-year CIP to identify all future projects, include those that are unfunded. So now I would like to recap the CIP and the accomplishment. And Savat will present to you on the accomplishment.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Just to recap last year when we adopted the plan, we had 167 total number of projects in the 2024 fiscal year. We had a $241 million carryover funding with almost $60 million in additional funding. These are some of the accomplishments and some of the projects that we have already either completed or will be completed by the end of this fiscal year. I'll go over in detail just some of those, but if you want specific questions and answers there. We also applied for an award for the Mangler Blending Facility for the best, the APWA Building Excellence in Shaping Tomorrow Award under the category of utilities. And we may have been featured in the Good News to End the Week, which is an article that I know that's really upcoming and awarding. Some of the capital improvement projects I'm going to go over here is our Wardlow Sewer Relocation Project. Some of the projects that we do are not the most high-profile projects. This project is actually installing a new sewer system under the 91 freeway. So we actually did some of the work in the back lots behind the all storage facilities and so forth. So there are some projects that are out there, but some not high profile, but some more visual projects that you can see. As you can see, the City Park amenities, the Lincoln Park new fitness equipments. Those facilities are actually already installed, and I've actually been to Lincoln Park and have been one of those on those equipment there. The Alcoa Dike Butterfield Connector Road, it was not directly a city CIP project, but it is in partnership with the Army Corps' Alcoa Dike project. This portion of the roadway is the new Butterfield now. It swings around. The old Butterfield is going to be permanently closed right at Smith. This one swings around to Rincon. We did list this as a CIP project because we are financing this portion because of prior rights issues. So even though we're partnering with the Army Corps, we're paying our fair share of certain portions of the roadway. As you may know, the city's annual citywide street pavement is underway. Need I say more?
Sawat, can you, how many lane miles are we going to do?
To be exact, about 90, to be roughly close, about 94 miles.
94 lane miles. Okay.
So I rounded up to 100 lane miles.
Okay. And then just a little background. I ran down a rabbit hole of some history on the Butterfield Road Connector and Rincon and how that started to be. And goes back to 1963, and there was a developer called Marjan. Marjan built probably about a half a dozen developments, but his main one in Corona was the River Road, all that stuff in River Road. They built the Corona National Golf Course. They were processing stuff through the city so fast. They had projects there. They had projects on Main Street. And they added a project that was along the edge of the road where Rincon is. And when the city found out that they didn't agree to the improvements that the city had put on them for the rest of the development, they promptly sold the golf course to the Corona National Golf Course Association. The city tried to go back and hold their feet to the fire to put in the necessary improvements along Rincon, and they said, we don't own it anymore. And the city had no relationship with the golf course, and hence that's the reason the way it is now is because back in 1963 the city made a mistake and forgot to condition the developer for that work.
Well, thank you for that little history. A couple more projects is the RCRA reclaimed water line. We are finishing up there. I know that we're primarily out of the roadway. This is the one on River Road where our city connects, is on the border with the city of Eastvale. We in Public Works, our our CIP group services other departments. As you can see here, the RCRA reclaimed water line. We service our utilities, and we provide services for them by running the CIP for that department, and as well as community services there. As you can see, the Dominguez Ranch slope improvements are nearly, I think it's almost complete, right, Kenny? So that's going to be wrapped up for the end of this fiscal year as well. So with that, I'm going to turn that back over to Kenny to talk about our new 25 fiscal year.
Thank you, Sawat. So many accomplishments for this current fiscal year. I'm excited to present what our department have proposed for next fiscal year in 2025. So as detailed earlier, we currently have 167 projects for a little bit over $300 million. So by the end of fiscal year, our department will complete 21 CIP projects, and we spend over $50 million for all the CIP projects. And during the fiscal year, our department also requests for some additional funding for some projects and add 6 new projects, including the city park. So as of March, our department requests about $37 million of additional funding. So in total, the carryover funding from this fiscal year to next fiscal year, as you shown on the slide here, is about $289 million. So for next fiscal year, our department also requests $56 million of new funding to add 35 new projects and 23 existing projects requesting for additional funding. So in total, 187 projects for a total CIP project budget of over $345 million. So of the $345 million, how do they break down by funding source? As shown on detail on here, about 13% will be from general fund, about just slightly over $46 million. About a quarter of them will be from special revenue for over $82 million. Almost 1/3 will be from enterprise fund for over $107 million. And almost another 1/3 will be from capital project fund for over $106 million. And the remaining 1%, almost $2.5 million, will be from internal service fund. The CIP revamp also reclassify all the CIP project into 4 different categories. Facility, park, and open space as one, street, traffic, and storm drain as another one, technology and communication, and then utility as the 4th category.
Kenny, really quick, on this chart, it's kind of hard to tell which one's the green and which one's the utility in the little dot. So is the 184 million, is that streets, traffic, and storm drain, or is that utility? No, on that one, right there.
That one, okay. So it's go in clockwise, so about 15%, $48.5 million will be for facility, and a little bit slightly over half of them, 184 million will be for street, traffic, and storm drain. And then the 2%, about $6.5 million will be for technology and communication, and then the remaining 30% will be for, 105 million will be for utility.
The little dot is hard to tell between the dark green and the black. I was just trying to make sure that the streets, traffic, and storm drain was the 184 million, and then the utilities was the 105. I just wanted to make sure I had my colors right. I couldn't see that little
My apology. Maybe
okay.
next year we make the legend bigger. But keep in mind the street, traffic, and storm drain, we still have about like almost 54 million for the McKinley project. Yeah. So now we'd like to transfer back to Savat to detail the upcoming CIP project.
Thank you, Kenny. So I'm not going to bore you going through over all the lists. So as we go through the different categories, there's going to be some colors. Hopefully I can clarify what those colors are to figure out, to let you know what are the carryover projects, what are the new projects, and what are the additional funding requests for the existing projects that we have. So for facilities, parks, and open space projects, we have 64 projects in our CIP program. And there are 19 new fiscal year 25 projects that will be requesting funding, 6 existing projects with which we're requesting additional funding, and 39 carryover projects that are not closed out yet or in various phases. So as you can see here, if you can look at the colors, the reddish is the new projects that are highlighted. The blue are the existing projects in which we are requesting additional funding, and the blacks are carryover. I know that you can probably see it better on your handouts there. I'm going to flip through it slowly, so if you have any questions, please let me know.
What's with number 28? What are they doing at fire headquarters for $154?
It's a carryover. It's not a new project.
Okay.
Does the fire headquarters currently not have bathrooms?
For the fire headquarters bathroom, they plan to add two new gender-neutral bathrooms.
With new requirements for buildings, we have to upgrade our bathroom facilities to accommodate gender neutral. Okay. And just as you can see, number 42 and 43 are actually duplicates. It's actually a typo there. I think the 40 should be one of the LMD projects. And let me see here. It should be listed as...
Then before you go there, or maybe after you go there, number 20, the camera project, phase 3, is this, that's new, but I see it's new, but it's phase 3 is... Phase 3 is new. Okay, okay.
So number 43 is actually the LMD 84-2 Zone 10 Slope Improvements Stabilization Project. The numbers are correct. It's just the title was duplicated.
Is Zone 20 in there somewhere? LMD Zone 20? Because I thought that was scheduled for this year.
We do not have a new CIP for Zone 20 just yet. We are going to be doing some studying on the zones that have additional surplus revenue funding reserve funding that we could identify some future projects for, but they're not included in the FY25 CIP just
Yeah, because
yet.
I think I asked maybe 2 years ago about Zone 20 because there's a couple of corners that look pretty bad, and I know that that was one of the things that we're going to need. I just want to make sure that if someone asks me about it, I've been telling them that it's going to be 2025, and now I can say it's not going to be 2025.
I just have a question about item number 37, the Historic Civic Center fountain and sign. It's a carryover project, but there's currently not a fountain. There is a sign. We're not taking the sign out. We've already established that. I'm just curious, is that part of the demolition of the?
Some of these projects are carryover projects. We did demolish the fountain before, but we know that the Historic Civic Center is going under renovation. So this may be blended in or later on transferred to that larger project.
Let's take a vote on moving that sign. Yeah, move it. Yeah, we're going to move it 2-1. Sorry. Jacob, we're going to move the Civic Center sign.
Negative.
Sorry, one more time? Yeah, the old one that misleads everyone where the Civic Center is? Correct? You're okay with moving it?
Negative. We're not moving that.
I have 2 yeses. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, thank you for the direction.
No, we are not moving that sign. That will go to a full council vote.
In all seriousness about that, we do get people confused because of that sign because they think it's the Civic Center rather than the historic Civic Center. If it was moved, I assume we would bring that back to pick a new home for it. That makes sense. Like maybe this side of the building. Okay. Thanks for the direction.
Oh my God.
Going on to the next category of streets, traffic, and storm drain projects. I know you have your list there. There's 38 projects that we have in our CIP, 5 new ones in the 25 fiscal year, 5 existing projects with additional funding requests, and 28 existing carryover projects that are in various phases. All right, with no questions on streets, traffic, and storm drains, we can head over to technology communication projects. There are 17 projects in this category, 1 new fiscal year 25 project, 2 existing projects with additional funding requests, and 14 carryover projects.
Really quick, I didn't catch up with the South Main Street storm drain. Are we cleaning, repairing, changing?
We're going to add a storm drain system along Main Street between Olive Street to Mission Street.
Oh, okay, great.
There are a lot of funding in the pipeline with Riverside County Flood Control for installation of various storm drains in the city. In fact, you're going to see another one come to council next week for a couple of new lines as well. Okay. So this is one of those.
Yeah, I mean,
lines.
some of those storm drains, they've been there since this.
Yes, especially
60s.
when they're corrugated metal pipe that's rusting away.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Sabat, really quick. I'm still flustered from the shenanigans that are just happening up here. Number 67, the Auto Center Drive, Burlington, BNSF, railroad grade separation? Is that?
That shouldn't have been on there. I thought that I took that out. We were closed. Project should have been closed out many years ago. We're actually closing out some of the books and getting reimbursements with TUMP funds. So we had to keep them open in order just to kind of close out those books. So I thought I took that out, but I guess it might have slipped in there somehow.
Okay, and then maybe it's not on this one, but the airport, is that on streets and storm drains? Did I miss that?
It's on park.
Oh, it's considered on parks. That's moving on. I'm sorry that I didn't get to it before we moved on, but is that a carryover or is that?
You can go back. Do you have the number?
Yeah, hang on one sec. It's
That should be
number
2.
2 and number 2 and 3.
There you go. It's right
I guess.
there. They're carryovers.
So, but that's not repaving.
No.
Is our portion of the repaving done? in the airport?
That we just met the contractor last week, so that they's planning to do the work over there right now.
Oh, okay, so they're getting ready to start the paving of our portion of the airport.
Correct. Within the city-owned right of way.
And then I think we've talked about this, but we notified all of the leaseholders and said that would be a great time if you wanted to jump on board with everybody getting there, and they could hopefully do yours as well. Okay, thank you.
All right, continuing on to utilities. We have 68 utility projects, 10 new fiscal year 2025 projects that we will be requesting, and then 10 existing projects with additional funding requests and 48 carryover projects. I'm going to go ahead and flip through them again. For those of you who need a little assistance in colors, the blue is the existing projects with additional funding request. The reddish, brownish, maroon color is the new projects that we're requesting, and the black is the carryover projects. Just ask us and we'll clarify. All right. All right. A lot of utility projects. All right. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kenny to talk about the new downtown projects and close it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Savat. So early this month, Justin Tucker, the Assistant City Manager, presented to the City Council the 9 catalytic projects that to revitalize the downtown area. And as shown here, these are the 9 projects. I could briefly go over the highlight of each project. So the first one is streetscape enhancement. That one is to add the median tree and landscape. The historic civic center to renovate the remaining building, to add the HVAC system, to kind of repair and renew some of the door and windows. The North Mall is to redevelop the area into retail, residential, and commercial. The City Park, that's a famous one, that to create a family-friendly gathering area for the community. The gateway signage will be on the both end of 6th Street. The iconic downtown sign will be at 3 different locations, West Grand and 6th Street, East Grand and 6th Street, and 1 at Main and 6th, right between the South and the North Mall area. Then the South Mall project will redevelop the remaining property to into like entertainment and restaurant area. The 6th and Main beautification is to redesign that iconic center of the circle to add bike lane, pedestrian, traffic signal, crosswalk. And the last one, 6th Street transformation from West Grand to East Grand to reduce the 6th Street within the circle to single lane, to add widening the sidewalk, to add bike lane, to add parking, and also landscape and trees and raised median. So those are the exciting projects that we, Savat and I, detail for next fiscal year. Now I would like to go over the CIP approval process and the next step. So this is the CIP approval process and the timeline. So early, at the end of February, all departments submit the upcoming fiscal year 2025 budget and CIP to Finance Department. In early March, all the department met with the city manager to go over the budget and the CIP. For today's meeting, we present the CIP and the budget to the city council for feedback. Then we incorporate all the comment and feedback to present to Planning Commission in April to adopt the consistency between the CIP and the general plan. We also plan to present the CIP to the Park Commission in May. Then we recap all the budget at the City Council in May before returning to the City Council in June to adopt to adopt and approve the budget and CIP. Then July 1st will be the start of the new fiscal year. That concludes my presentation, and I would like to get any feedback or answer any question.
Tony, any questions?
It's still better about the vote.
All right, Kenny, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, if you haven't heard from her before, you're hearing from her again. For the fourth time today, Julie Kinnicutt, Budget Manager, will provide a presentation on service level changes.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a presentation on service change requests. These are asks from departments for additions to their operating budget for next fiscal year. So to be clear, this is above and beyond what is already included in their budgets and not a part of the expenditure numbers that you saw today. However, they were included on the general fund forecast that Ms. Sitton presented on. We have aligned the different requests with strategic goals set by the city. Under each goal, you will see the title, whether it is a one-time expense, recurring expense, or a mixture of both. And you'll be able to see where the funding is coming from and the totals. Feel free to jump in anytime with any questions. The ask for today is that we review the information and discuss and provide direction on moving forward with these items. I'm going to go over the titles and amounts of the asks, but also attached to this presentation is the complete list with all of the asks, and it includes the descriptions more in depth. The first goal is financial stability. The goal is set to ensure the city has adequate, sustainable financial funding to deliver high-quality services to residents. The Finance Department is asking to reclass a Financial Analyst 2 position to a Budget Supervisor. As our city continues to grow and the complexity of budget management increases, having a dedicated professional to assist in overseeing the budgetary process will enhance our financial management capabilities. The total for this ask is just under $34,000. Moving on to the second strategic goal, which is strong economy. The goal is to expand the local economy by supporting local businesses, providing new opportunities for new businesses, and ensuring there are ample opportunities for job seekers. The two items listed are directly related to the economic development activity, and the total for this set of requests is $175,000. Strategic goal number 3 is sound infrastructure. This is the group of items related to investing in public infrastructure, including buildings, equipment, road, and technology. For the larger lists from here on out, I will just focus on the highlighted items unless anybody has any specific questions to any of the other items. The Planning and Development Department is asking to reclass some positions and add a new lead position. Public Works Inspection inspects the city's public utilities for new development in city CIP. There has been difficulty in filling vacant full-time positions for 3 years due to competitive recruitments in other jurisdictions. Having higher level classifications in the Public Works Inspection Series will help the city attract qualified candidates. The total for this strategic goal is just under $72,000. The next strategic goal is safe community. This is to protect our quality of life by ensuring the community is safe and clean. The Homeless Solutions Program is requesting some contract work for encampment cleanup, as well as additional funding due to higher maintenance and repairs for the Harrison Hope Center and the 5th Street units. You can see the addition of a Fire Inspector 2, which aims to improve operational efficiency and control with less discrepancy between field staff inspections for the fire department. They have also invested in a peer support canine to help reduce stress, mitigate trauma, and improve overall resilience, ultimately enhancing job performance and safety for the community. This cost will include food, veterinarian services, and equipment. For the police department, there is a request for the business district team and unmanned aircraft systems overtime in order to continue dedicating officers to the high crime areas. And as you saw in their presentation earlier, the police department is also requesting to add 2 real-time information center operators and a real-time information center supervisor for that new division. The request associated with strategic goal number 4 total about $1.5 million.
Ms. Kennicott, I'm sorry, I didn't quite grasp the peer support canine program for the fire department?
I will defer to.
They get a puppy?
Chief Young?
Yeah, so it's basically our version of Raider. To become an industry standard, obviously, for all first response agencies, just to meet the needs of both the staff as well as when we get deployed to major incidents. So visualize Raider. It's the exact same thing, but for fire.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome. I'm just trying to figure out how I get the puppy. But you'll have a fire department personnel that will be assigned, will also be a dog handler?
Correct.
And this crazy question, but what happens when that handler is on duty and the dog is
The dog goes with him, just like Raider.
on the fire truck?
No, the dog
Oh.
stays at the fire station. Yeah.
Is it a Dalmatian?
No, absolutely not.
They are not peer support
Incredibly high-strung dogs.
Okay. Can I volunteer to watch the puppy when they got to go out on a call?
Absolutely.
All right.
You got to clean up after it, though.
Fine.
Okay.
I think Ms. Coletta would like a peer support puppy for the planning department. And I would definitely, they definitely need one for stress relief, right?
I love it.
Dogs for every department.
Yeah. Jacob's favorite.
Question?
Absolutely. Moving on, sir. Moving on to strategic goal number 5, sense of place. This is to build community through celebrating our rich heritage, increasing access to recreational and cultural activities, and improving the relationship between the city and residents. The first highlighted item is for brand implementation. We have reimagined the city's brand, and now we will implement it. For the Community Services Department, they are requesting recurring funds to cover year-round operations for the Auburndale Pool and funds to keep the Corona Mall a safe and clean area. A request for recurring funds for contract graffiti removal services to continue responding to graffiti requests timely. And as you saw in the presentation earlier, they are looking to add to their library staff with 2 part-time library assistants dedicated to work in the Heritage Room. The rubber resurfacing at various parks will ensure safe fall protection for the playground surface, as well as patching existing areas in need of repair. Continuing on for sense of place, the tree trimming services helps us maintain our growing urban forest and stay on schedule with the approved 5-year pruning schedules. And the total ask for that are related to sense of place are just under $1.9 million.
So the mini excavator, what are you thinking? Like a John Deere or Caterpillar?
A quality piece of machinery there. We don't have a brand, I don't think, selected yet. We'll go out to bid for that.
But it won't be that Kubota nonsense.
I don't know what the brand will be. But you've seen our track record of purchasing quality
A
equipment.
little
here.
worried about it. Okay, keep an eye. Can we have a presentation when the mini excavator is, can council approve?
No.
Can we condition
Tell
it?
you what, you
No.
can name it, Tom. How's that?
Oh, I don't want this Kubota thing driving around the city.
We'll get a Kubota for Tom to name.
Perfect.
You're not going to like the name.
So can I just ask me a couple of questions on the sense of place one? The art list, what is that?
Do you have anybody here from communications? We don't. It's if art list is the one that I'm thinking of, it's the music list that we use to do all of the music that goes into our videos that we produce.
Oh, okay.
It's a subscription that
All
gives us
right.
that.
And Bitly, I know what that is. Arbondale. So the Arbondale Pool, that's an additional maintenance that's going to be reoccurring that we didn't have before?
Which one?
The Arbondale Pool maintenance? I mean, didn't we always have maintenance?
We did. So Donna can speak to this.
Yes, so it's additional chemicals for the maintenance of the pool. There's cost increase associated with that, so we've added that in as an additional.
So that's just, we're not doing any additional maintenance. This is just, it costs more.
It's very busy, and so we need more chemicals.
$50,000. Board and commission. And the Corona Mall maintenance, that's just, is that a one-time cleanup?
It's because we've taken over ownership of the North Mall, so we need more money to be maintaining it.
What's I'm saying it's only one time? Is there a reason why it's only one time?
Well, it might be it could be two-time, but hopefully we redevelop the site, so this isn't an ongoing recurring item that goes on forever.
Okay, that was my point. I didn't think it was enough. The e-media, I think I heard the library board, that's the the subscription service, I think that got listed, yeah, I saw that. Foothill Extension in planning, is that additional planting for?
Done?
Yes, sir. So that is for the section of Foothill between Skyline and I think it goes to Paseo Grande. We've had issues with irrigation after that segment was installed. The irrigation was not installed properly by the contractor, so we've made the improvements to the irrigation. However, a lot of the plant material had died out over the last few years. So this will be going back in and replacing that plant material so that that median and parkway area is fully landscaped.
So is that median and parkway, both sides? Or just the median? I know the median's really bad. But
Yes, I believe it. I apologize. I believe it is just median. I think I said parkway too.
All right.
I believe it's just median.
And then the maintenance and repair for for citywide buildings. I know, Jacob, you've been talking about forever about having a plan for the building. Is this part of that, or is this just a placeholder for now?
I think this is placeholder now. The maintenance crew has found this quite helpful. I think we did this last year, and there's been so many needed repairs that they've noticed that due to the age of our buildings, they need some fund to be drawing from to be able to proactively take care of problems instead of just pure Band-Aids. They need to be able to fix things. So this is provides them with some funding on an annual basis to be able to take care of a lot of the problems that are popping up.
Yeah, next year it's going to be 20 years old, so.
I would like to add, we are finalizing a plan for all building. We're in the middle of a building assessment right now for all of our facilities. So once that's wrapped up, we will have some specific projects identified.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a feeling that number is going to grow. It will. Yeah. Okay. And rubberized surfacing, yeah, I know there's a lot of places that need it. So if it's 40, I'm hoping 45,000 hits all the places that are needed, but that's it. Thank you. I did see the 813 in here. Is that going to get revised to the middle number?
From my understanding, it's still 813,000, but it will now be offset with that $400,000 revenue.
Instead of the expense. Got it.
Correct.
See, look at that.
Okay, our last strategic goal is high-performing government. This is to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the city's services to bring government into the 21st century. Community Services is requesting a management analyst to assist with day-to-day operations, regulatory compliance, grant administration, and project development and implementation. This position is fully grant-funded out of the Transit Fund with federal and state monies. IT is requesting some additional positions. The IT security analyst will help continue to invest in cybersecurity. This person would continue expanding the city's security footprint with additional layers of security. The Public Safety Emergency Communications Support Specialist helps manage the communications technology used by the police and fire departments, and the system engineer would help support the police department's real-time information center. Continuing on with high-performing government.
One second, really quick.
Yes, sir.
So it says one-time and reoccurring, so I'm assuming that this part of the 126 and the 219 and the 126 are an employee and we're buying something?
So,
or is this, or
so
is it
for
a-
all positions, obviously the recurring is the position salary itself. The one-time is for any of the IT, the computer, the licensing softwares, things like that are one-time in nature.
Okay, so we're adding 1, 2, 3, 4 new people in IT? Is that right, or 5?
On this slide, it's just 3 that are highlight that we just spoke about, but in total,
I mean, because these are all new, right? This is all new, so I'm looking.
I think it's 2 new positions plus 1 person who is retiring, so we have a one-time expense because we have an overlap because of the enormous amount of knowledge loss going out the door with the one. That's why you see 1 as a one-time. The other 2 are full-time positions, so it's just a total
Okay,
of 2.
so just 2.
I think so, unless
Or wait,
Julie, am I
I don't
missing
know, I
one on
gotta-
here?
She thinks it's
They
three.
have a couple of like reclasses in there as well. They just aren't highlighted. We didn't go over
Yeah, but
those
not
specifically.
just new positions. then.
Correct, just new, yes. It is 2 brand-new positions with basically 1 provisionary position for 1 year.
Okay, so I'm assuming the IT security analyst, new position.
Yes.
The managed security is the overlap person. The public safety emergency communication support specialist is no, that says one time, so that's a
So the
contractor?
IT security analyst is a new position. The
Okay.
public safety emergency communications support specialist is going to be that 1-year provisional. And then the systems engineer is new.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome. And then continuing on with high-performing government, this California Climate Credit is a credit that will be given to electric customers funded from the Greenhouse Gas Reserve. This provides the city with an opportunity to utilize the Greenhouse Gas Reserve for the benefit of our customers. Lastly, the Utilities Department Customer Care Division is asking for a sustainability supervisor to help manage the multi-year projects. The total amount for this category is just under $1.7 million. This slide is showing you a summary of the overall tasks broken down by each category, the funding, and the total amounts of one-time and recurring expenditures. The total recommended amount is just under $5.4 million. With that, we ask that you provide direction on the recommended service change requests, and I am happy to answer any questions that you have.
Wes, questions? Okay, as long as we can lock down that excavator, we should be fine.
Thank you.
All right, up next, what you've all been waiting for, the Measure X investment plan. Kim Sitton, take it away.
You're in the home stretch. Okay, so the ask today with this presentation is that the City Council provide feedback and direction on the proposed Measure X plan for fiscal year 2025. You're going to hear a little bit of overlap in some of the items that Ms. Kennicott covered in her presentation, and that was also covered in the CIP presentation, because now we're just focusing specifically on items that will be funded from Measure X. So the community priorities that were created when we did surveys with our community when looking at developing this Measure X was the economic development, public safety, service improvements, proactive debt retirement, homelessness, infrastructure improvements, parks and recreation, and community building. For fiscal year 25, we have a proposed funding amount of $44.4 million. This number is a little bit different than what was presented in the revenue presentation because Measure X is accounted for in a separate fund. So in this case, it includes the investment revenue that we expect to earn on that money as well. So it's about $300,000 more than was presented in the revenue presentation. So we're proposing $37.4 million will be funded between one-time and recurring costs. And then there'll be about $7 million that can go into the reserves. You can see the 2 largest categories funded by Measure X are public safety and parks and recreation. Moving on to the economic development category, this is about 6% of the overall funding for Measure X. In fiscal year 25, there's a one-time request totaling $1,175,000, and then reserves of $1 million. The program enhancements under this area are real property services and appraisal services that will assist in the downtown redevelopment project. Excuse me. We've also got some funding that's going towards the downtown wayfinding sign. There was some money put aside in fiscal year 24 for design, and then there's money that's being added this next fiscal year for actual fabrication and installation. Under public safety, this represents about 21.4% of overall Measure X funding. Some highlights in here, we've got police staffing for the real-time information center, including a supervisor and 2 operators, tactical robots, replacement of patrol shotguns. For fire, there's some part-time fire candidates that will help with the variety of department needs. Funding for cadets, part-time cadets. Oh, I'm sorry, I might have. It's been a long day. Funding for fire station furniture and equipment that's in need of replacement, and then some additional items for the real-time information center, an alarm system for animal control, design of a kennel space expansion project, fire headquarter restrooms, training center upgrades at the fire center, the fire training center, and then the citywide camera project phase 3. And then we'll add $1 million in reserves for this particular category. Under service improvements, there's no additional funding requested in fiscal year 25. This represents about 11.6% of the overall Measure X spending. This would include items previously approved under the City Manager's Office, Human Resources, IT, Finance, Legal and Risk Management, and then Planning and Development. About $5.1 million total funding in this particular category. Under proactive debt retirement, there's $2 million that's shown in reserves, and this is money we set aside every year, and then we have a discussion with the Pension Stabilization Trust Board to decide whether that money goes into the Pension Stabilization Trust specifically, or if it gets contributed straight to CalPERS. And that's an item we generally bring back to the council for review and approval in January, February timeframe of each year. The other $3.6 million that you see that was previously funded is the portion that's being paid on the pension obligation bonds. Under homelessness, this represents 13.5% of the overall spending for Measure X. Previously approved about $5.9 million. We have recurring funds of $28,000 and new one-time money of $57,000. And that's for some building maintenance support for the Harrison Hope Center and the 5th Street units. So under this category is primarily the homeless program that Ms. Roper manages. And then we also have some funding under police for the Hope team and building maintenance support provided by Community Services Department for those different facilities. Under infrastructure improvements or infrastructure investments, about 9.3% of the overall funding. The one-time items under this category include City Hall carpet replacement, ADA and sidewalk improvements, and then replacement of the carpet at the library. Parks and Recreation represents 22.2% of the Measure X spending. This is primarily items in the Community Services Department operating budget, and then there's some capital improvement projects. We have new recurring funding totaling $195,000 and new one-time money of I can't even read my own note, 3.9 million. The mini excavator is here under Measure X. Tree trimming services, the Auburndale pool maintenance and graffiti services. And then we have a number of different projects that are under Parks and Trails improvements. We have homeless encampment cleanup. We have multiple projects being funded this next fiscal year based on the Parks Master Plan and Trails Master Plans. And then moving on to community building and engagement, this represents 3.2% of the overall Measure X spending. And this is funding that's dedicated towards the communication team and then also some outreach efforts at the library. We have one-time funding of about $429,000, new recurring funding of about $85,000, and some of the examples include 2 part-time library assistants. That relates to the heritage room we talked about earlier today, some workstation reconfigurations at the library, some of the subscriptions that we were talking about in the last presentation on service level changes for Bitly, Artlist, things like that. And then, of course, the brand implementation. And there's a little bit of additional funding for the City Hall Veterans Memorial to complete that project. So wrapping that up for fiscal year 2025, this is what the pie chart looks like. You can see public safety and parks and recreation are those largest categories. $7 million is estimated to be added to reserves and $37.7 million in funding. And how that breaks down with one-time recurring and in reserves, we have $27 million that would be in recurring. That's kind of that bottom section of the pie chart. It's about 59.5%, and then we're requesting to add another 1.6 in recurring items, 1.6% in recurring items. And then the one-time money is kind of at the upper edge of the pie. That represents 23.1%, about $10 million, and then reserves of $7 million equaling about 15%. And with that, we'll ask council for direction and feedback on the Measure X items.
Wes, Tony, good, good. I'm good. Jacob, any questions? Good. We good?
Thank you to communications team for that great picture.
All right, thank you. Looks like we're 2.5 hours ahead of schedule here. Looks like we're 33 minutes ahead of schedule here. I don't think Daddario could have done this. So I think that's it. Let's go to closing comments. Any closing comments from you guys? Go ahead.
Jacob, I wrote a note down way back in economic development. I had asked about some of the performance indicators. I don't remember if we took a vote, but it was about adding, an indicator about, how businesses that the economic development team assisted with bringing to the city as a performance indicator. Did you get that down? I didn't know if we needed to vote on that or provide direction or.
No, I did write that then. I had a number of businesses the city was involved in to bring to Corona.
Right.
And that's something that I'll pass along to our team. And we're going to be bringing that back. Again, we have tentatively planned a presentation in April to give you an annual update on all of our economic development efforts. So that's one there. And I think I don't know, did I get a second? All I need is a second now. This is so efficient. Second, okay, it's in. Done. We'll add that in there as well. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
All right, Jacob, any closing remarks?
Yeah, just a quick wrap up. I just wanted to say thank you to our staff team. These guys put in a ton of work to prepare that. There's so much time that goes into preparing a binder that thick, full. Every slide's been poured over to try to make sure that we did our due diligence. So I want to thank them, and I just want to thank council for sticking with us through this. A lot of great direction today. This is really where we launch from each year to plan out so much of the work that we do. So thank you all for your comments and your questions and helping keep us on track. So appreciate it.
And if I could echo that and speak on behalf of the entire council, I think we're just all very impressed, very appreciative, and the city of Corona is great. And with that, the next meeting of the council is Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024. This meeting's adjourned.